invite our CEO from Center for Responsible Business, Mr. Rijit Singh Gupta, to please welcome the participants.
Thank you very much, Devyani, for this opportunity, and good afternoon, good morning, good evening to all of you, depending on which part of the world you are. As Devyani said, virtual meetings are always exciting, that we are able to reach a wider audience. And we thank each and every one of you for joining us for this important conversation. A conversation which we've been having for a while, and a conversation that we would like to continue forward in time. And we couldn't have had a better day to have had this conversation. You know, today, as many of you might know, it's the International Human Rights Day, a day where we celebrate the importance of human dignity and life and the rights of all of us as citizens of the world. At the Center for Responsible Business, we are extremely happy that we've been doing this conversation, working on this issue together with our esteemed partners from the Aston University and from IDRC, the International Development Resource Center of Canada. We are very happy that our partners are here also from Canada. It's pretty early in the morning, so thank you very much for joining us, colleagues. So as I said, it's a very, very important day where we reflect on business and human rights. And at the Center for Responsible Business, what we've done is we've integrated and really situated the conversation on business and human rights within the framework of responsible business. And we've been working on this issue of the interface between global value chains and sustainability right from the beginning of this organization, and looking really at global value chains and the international trade and investment, and how it takes into consideration more and more the issues on sustainability and sustainable development. COVID has really, like on various issues, COVID has really highlighted a number of mistakes that we've made, not just as CRB or not just as ourselves, but as the wider sustainability and the sustainable development community. And one of the mistakes that we've made, which we have realized, specifically in the context of global value chains and sustainability, is that we've looked at this issue of global value chains and sustainability, and felt that the solutions to the sustainability challenges lie within the confines of the interaction between the suppliers on one side and the buyers on the other side. And that's a mistake that we've made, and I'm sure you'll understand, and my colleagues will present some of the findings from our work that is really showing that how big mistake that is, of looking and having a very narrow and a transactional approach to global value chains and sustainability, or international trade and sustainability, from looking at this interaction of the transactional engagement between buyers and suppliers, and to a certain extent we've also used the consumers to a certain extent, but largely the conversation has been limited to this interaction between buyers on one side and suppliers. And there is a need for us to move from this very narrow and transactional understanding and thinking on global value chains and sustainability, and to take a more broader and a systems understanding, because the buyers and the suppliers operate in a system and an ecosystem, and the solutions lie perhaps in the ecosystem, which we have to look into and find and be more proactive about it. So that's the first point which I wanted to share here about this whole idea of moving from a very narrow transactional approach to looking at global value chains and sustainability to evolving into a more broader and a systems thinking and a systems approach, because the solutions can lie in other parts of the system. So now that we are hopefully going to come out of the COVID situation, the onus is really on us to look at how can we build stronger and more resilient and impactful global value chains, right? The work that we've been doing, we believe, will contribute to advancing some of those ideas and issues on how we can do that. Um, and from our perspective, again, I'd like to leave at this point two important issues for all of us to reflect on and maybe even discuss. One thing that is abundantly clear is that there is a particular continuum in this whole discourse on sustainability, and specifically in the interface of global value chains or value chains and sustainability. The last 10 years, it has been largely, recognition followed by commitment. And now the UN is telling us that this has to be the decade of action. So from recognition, commitment to action. But we feel very strongly that this cannot merely be the decade of action, especially from a Southern perspective. It has to be the decade of impacts. So the continuum really is looking at the commitment, translating them into actions, but making those actions and designing them and implementing them in such a way that impacts and smart impacts, measurable, timely impacts are achieved. And the second point, and I'll stop in the next 2 minutes, bear with me, is the fact that in order to do that, there is also a need for a new compact or a new pact on collaboration. The fact that we need to collaborate has been talked about from the highest level of international governance at the UN, for example, to the lowest level of local action. And I believe, and we think at CRB, that collaboration will have to have three I's in it. Collaboration will have to be impactful, collaborations will have to be innovative, and collaboration will also have to be irrational. And maybe I'll just take a few seconds to explain what an irrational collaboration could be. An irrational collaboration would be collaboration which we haven't done before. Unusual collaboration with unusual partners, collaboration coming out of our comfort zone and engaging with those partners which we haven't engaged with. So these are some of the points which I wanted to put on the table for all of you to sort of look at and think about. And as I said, Devyani and the team will be sharing some of the findings which are in line with this thought. So thanks once again to all of you for sparing your time. This is certainly not the last of the conversation of how do we shape and design more sharp, impactful, and resilient global value chains. Thank you, Devyani, for the opportunity. Let me turn it back to you now.
Yeah, thank you, Rajat. Thank you for setting that context. And, it really would not have been possible without the sponsorship that we have, without the encouragement that we have from IDRC. And I would like to take this opportunity to invite Ms. Erin Tansey, the Director for Sustainable Inclusive Economies at IDRC, to address the audience and deliver some special remarks. Before I invite her to do so, I'd just like to give a little background that Erin is an internationally recognized development professional with over 20 years of experience in working for and with the UN agencies, with Canadian and international NGOs, as well as donors. She has expertise in public health and nutrition, HIV, emergencies management, food systems, capacity building, the SDGs, and particularly with a focus on women empowerment and gender equality. Ms. Tansey, over to you, ma'am.
Hi there, can you see me?
Yes, we can.
Great. Thank you so much. This is a wonderful opportunity. As you know, I think I just joined IDRC a month ago. So this has just been an absolutely fantastic learning curve, and global value chains for us within our division, which is the Sustainable Inclusive Economies division. We have done quite a bit of work in this area, but we are planning and thinking about how we as IDRC can make the most impact in this area with our, relatively modest amounts of funds when you look at the global research funds. So we are very interested in working and continuing to work with you as we design our new program. We're just launching a new strategy, 10-year strategy that's going to be in the next couple of weeks. And the global value chain sector for us is a very important one. We've been doing quite a bit of work in Asia, but we also want to and are looking at how we could move and use some of the research we've already done and bring it to Africa and Latin America. So I'm really pleased to be able to be part of this today and to learn from you. Yeah, so thank you so much, and wonderful to be here.
Thank you, Ms. Tansey. That is quite encouraging. And you talked about the importance of research, and there's a very interesting model that we have here in this project that CRB, as a policy and practice research organization, has partnered with an academic research institute to see how we can really magnify, the impact of research, how we can collaborate between practitioners and academicians to really delve deeper into how can we look at delivery of SDGs. And I would now like to invite Dr. Bimal Arora, the principal investigator for the project, and also the honorary chairperson for CRB, to please address the participants. Bimal.
Thank you, Devani. Am I audible?
Yes, Bimal.
Perfect. Thank you so much. And warm welcome to all. Thanks for joining us today. This is the second in series of international interaction meeting that we organizing. We had in last October 2019 in Geneva. So this year the situations are different. We are having it virtual. We have a packed agenda for the workshop today, and Devani asked me to just talk about 3-4 minutes. So I'm going to quickly share a couple of thoughts with all of you here at the, in my capacity of the principal investigator, as Devani mentioned. So, and on practice and academic research linkage. I'll see, this is important, particularly in the context of the topic of aligning action by the global north with with the southern priorities. I think Rijit has emphasized enough in his remarks. And since the unfortunate, death of George Floyd earlier this year, there has been, besides the Black Lives Matters movement, global movement, there have been a growing demand in the higher education institutions about decolonizing the curriculum and research in particular. And I think this research project, the progress project that we have here, is important from that perspective also, in terms of, the way we, Aston in the UK, Aston University in the UK and CRB in India are collaborating very closely to be able to generate, insights. And the uniqueness of this model is such that it's not that Aston or the education or research agenda is driven by scholars only. We are, with CRB colleagues, are very closely collaborating in terms of shaping the research agenda, working with the industry, and making them not just as respondents, but as participant in the research. From the very beginning, when trying to understand what are their needs. So the issues that Rijit raised in terms of, getting these priorities aligned and getting ourselves into some kind of collaboration, or even to the extent of irrational collaborations, I think this is where the uniqueness of this project to me comes in when we think about the practice and academic research linkage. Aston in particular has a strength to work and research closely with industry and civil society. And I was just before this, I was in the Aston all-staff briefing today, and I just learned that Aston is research output of Aston are published with industry partners, and we are above national average in the UK by 7.5%. And then this is yet another example where we are trying to develop this collaborative research project, and we are particularly kind of shaping in such a way that we learn from CRB in particular, which has been managed to develop a dense experience on on the issues around global value chains and developing the extensive multi-stakeholder networks and partners. And that's where our research focus gets shaped. And also in terms of how the insights that we're going to be generating through the research project, where CRB again comes in terms of supporting us with taking those insights to the industry through forums like these and other several forums we continue to develop and jointly produce. So just the point here is that how we are trying to align these priorities in our research between the global north and then the global south. I think this is becoming critical. Research as of now or until to date has been predominantly led by the northern agendas, and southern priorities have not been as much reflecting in these processes, and that's what our effort here is. I'm really looking forward to the discussions going forward in the session. So thanks again for joining, and very, very excited to be with you all today. Thank you.
Thank you, Bimal. So Rijit, Erin, Bimal, I think you've set a wonderful context, and I think there is no doubt that this is a conversation that requires collaboration. It requires alignment of perspectives, and it requires us to come to the table together. So we're quite happy that we have an inaugural panel. We have keynote speakers who bring those diverse perspectives in, both from policy as well as practice. And policy, not only from, policy both from a developed economy from the north, but also from the emerging economies, what are the perspectives. So without further ado, I would first like to invite Mr. Passania. And Mr. Passania is instrumental in, a circular economy policy that's recently been launched in Netherlands. And just a little background about Mr. Passania, that he's the strategic advisor, Circular Economy International with the Ministry of Infrastructure and Environment. He has been instrumental in driving the national agreement on circular economy, represented the Dutch government in transition teams on plastics and consumer goods, has worked on sustainable supply chains, and has also been the president of European Sustainable Phosphorus Platform. His other experiences include work related to scarcity of food, water, energy, resources in the context of climate change, biodiversity laws, geopolitical change, and has also led initiatives to promote better, healthier food for children in schools. Now, today, Mr. Passania will talk to us in particular about the role of policy in driving the SDG agenda, how we can look at engagement with the private sector, and what it means for value chain actors. So, sir, over to you.
Well, thank you very much, Devian. It is an honor for me to be present in this multi-stakeholder dialogue all over the world today. And of course, I will share a lot of my experiences and plastics that isn't mentioned, but I'm known in Europe because of the European Plastics Pact, which we signed earlier this year. But to introduce myself, I'm already working for more than 30 years in the Dutch government, 10 years working on natural resources and the circular economy, in which I found it very natural to connect with all levels of government and businesses alike on the topics of phosphates, plastics, textiles, and that on a local, national, European, and international level. I've worked together with a lot of small and large companies, also with multinational companies like Unilever, Coca-Cola, Philips, and Tommy Hilfiger. I think people see the government only in a regulatory or subsidizing role, but not as a broker, as a partner with other stakeholders, companies and NGOs. And the effectiveness of government could be raised by using the connecting and challenging roles of government, especially when we are confronted with complex issues like climate and biodiversity laws, etc., etc., where solutions are not available yet on the market. So what my direction is, innovation and partnership go hand in hand and are crucial for future solutions of environmental issues. I started experimenting with getting together several stakeholders around the theme of growing scarcity of phosphates worldwide, while at the same time, we in the Netherlands, but all over the world, we are confronted with the overuse and wastage of those valuable nutrients in agriculture, essential for food production. So there was a new narrative coming at the front to a new perspective for a lot of companies to direct their innovations and their investments in innovations in another way. And I learned that creating that shared narrative together with a positive agenda and listening very careful to all parties involved is key to get everyone on board in our common journey towards a more sustainable future. Create trust between all stakeholders is really crucial. And that's, I agree that with the previous speakers, that it's also very essential that you work on that, not only in a contractual way, but in a networking system. It was also very important to stress the interdependencies of all the stakeholders involved. No one can achieve sustainable goals unless they work together in the value chain between designers, the producers, brand owners, and retailers, but with waste collection, sorting and recycling companies too. So it's not that different from between the North and the South in this respect. I started a mission in 2015 with 20 Dutch companies to provide help to the state government of Rio de Janeiro in Brazil 1 year before the Olympics. And they had a big challenge cleaning up the would be there and hope to reach Olympic achievements. Never waste a good crisis, I would recommend. The interesting thing I learned was that a lot of innovative power was shown not by the multinational companies, but by small NGOs and the informal waste sector in the slums, the favelas in that area. They circumvented the middleman with corruption, with sensors on the waste collection trucks. And the truck drivers knew that if they would stop at the middleman's office, they would be fired. That sort of innovation comes up if you talk with that network and see how we can learn together of new perspectives and new solutions. The next year we started in Indonesia, building coalitions between Dutch and Indonesian companies and NGOs regarding plastic waste. Indonesia is the second largest plastic waste polluter of the oceans in the world, after China. And I didn't want to focus on waste management only because the challenges are so huge. So I started with a dialogue with the biggest plastic packaging using multinational companies in Indonesia, working together under the PRAISE coalition. Unilever, Nestle, Danone, Coca-Cola, Tetra Pak and Indofood. What can be done to prevent the wastage and pollution in Indonesia? We challenge them to come forward with innovative solutions with impact, helping them only very small with circular design workshops, only to rethink their products and their packaging. And now they are on the brink of getting new concepts to the Indonesian market, such as reuse and refill systems. Of course, I discussed the issue not only with the Indonesian branches of those companies, but also at the headquarters in Europe, linking these activities with their activities in the context of the national and European plastics pacts. They had to know and give support to the initiatives over there. A Dutch milk company, Frisian Flag, took the initiative to do more in redesigning sachets and getting those on the market in Southeast Asia. Multinationals learn now, incentivized by systems of EPR, extended producer responsibility, that they can do more to close the loop and prevent further littering of rivers and oceans by intervening in the value chain, by demanding recycled materials from their packaging suppliers, by guaranteeing procurement of materials from innovative recyclers, by investing in sorting and recycling companies in order to create a solid system of recycling and reuse of materials worldwide. That, ladies and gentlemen, is what you can expect in the next couple of years. Active multinational companies working together with other private and public parties in order to show progress very concretely and to become more sustainable, more circular, and more carbon neutral. Customers do expect nowadays that they show concrete results. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you so much, sir. I think those were some very important points because you talked about collaboration and you brought out a learning that we also have, that look at local wisdom, look at local innovation and see how you can bring that into GVCs and the role of MNC. So thank you so much for putting that, food for thought with us. That is most appreciated. And the concrete examples really, really help. So now, we've heard the role that the government can play and the multi-stakeholder engagement. We now have Iris, the Executive Director for Responsible Jewelry Council, who can bring in more that why do SDGs matter for the private sector, and how is it that collaborations are shaping up, and what is the role that standards can play in this whole discourse on sustainability. So just to introduce Iris has a background in law and international relations. She's a sustainability pioneer, leadership executive, humanitarian and coalition builder with more than 20 years of global experience. She's worked in fast-paced environments such as technology, diamonds, jewelry, fashion, and also with the government. She has initiated and chaired the United Nations Global Compact Network in Belgium. Iris is also a member of the board of ICEAL and the Jewelers Vigilance Committee. She's an active volunteer for the Special Olympics for over 30 years and has run the New York Marathon for UNICEF. So Iris, I'd like to invite you to address the participants.
Well, hello everyone and namaste. So let me first start by taking a moment to thank the Center for Responsible Business, Aston India Center for Applied Research, and Aston University for inviting the Responsible Jewelry Council to this event, and to say how delighted and honored I am to be here. And indeed, my colleagues have said it before, but what a beautiful day did you select to do this conference on? Because indeed today we celebrate International Human Rights Day, and the 2020 theme is Recover Better and Stand Up for Human Rights. So I think it's an enormous opportunity for all of us to reaffirm the importance of human rights in rebuilding the world we want and the need for global solidarity, as well as interconnectedness and shared humanity. And so today I would like to walk you through the journey of sustainability and how we as an organization are moving forward to support the bigger agenda of the world, the 17 Sustainable Development Goals. And as you're all aware, in 2015, indeed 193 countries agreed a global agenda of the world. And the SDGs are a roadmap for humanity on people, planet, peace, prosperity, and partnerships. And it's really about leaving no one behind. And 2030 is really just around the corner, and we know that the world is falling behind on its targets. So it means we all need to redouble our efforts. So my first message today is really, it is time for a reset. And this pandemic presents both an enormous challenge, but as we heard from Mr. Sengupta, a tremendous opportunity for doing things differently. And as the Secretary General of the UN shared, in an interconnected world, it is high time to recognize a simple truth. Solidarity is self-interest. If we fail to grasp that fact, everyone loses. So yes, a reset provides an opportunity for the business community to work towards greater sustainability and inclusion. And we must find a new way to do this. So again, Mr. Sengupta, I very much agree on your vision of partnerships. It will be different. It will not be business as usual. And probably it will be very irrational, but I think it'll be fantastic. So that brings me to a topic very close to my heart, SDG 5 and gender equality. And women around the world are hit much harder in terms of job losses, food, and mental health. And as women are more likely to be employed in the service sectors, COVID is hitting them the hardest. And even in the formal sector, the virus is widening inequality as women adopt the role of caregivers. And statistics demonstrate that 193 million women and girls aged 15 plus are living on less than $1.9 a day. And the current crisis is only threatening to push millions more into extreme poverty. In terms of education, the pandemic has further resulted in 743 million girls being out of school due to closures resulting from the crisis. And additionally, before the pandemic, 243 million girls and women were victims of violence by their partners. And this figure has increased since stay-at-home measures have been implemented. The Responsible Jury Council has launched a Generation Equality SDG 5 action platform. And we will be also hosting roundtables in India in the first quarter of 2021. And we look very much to working closely together with you on that topic. So the reality is, my dearest friends today and colleagues and supporters of sustainability, we're not doing enough. And in fact, according to the World Economic Forum's 2020 Global Gender Report, it will take 257 years to close the economic gender gap. I think we agree that's not an option. So how does this translate into business? And why is it so important to deliver on the SDGs? And all of us at the beginning of this session today, I think we all agree that it's all about positive societal impact. And that is a shared responsibility. It's a collective responsibility. It is about confidence and trust. And your employee, your client, your customer, your chain is more conscious than ever. So millennials and Gen Z consumers want a company to lead on sustainability efforts. They don't just want a company to tell, but you need to show. And we know they deeply care about climate change. And they demand more about their digital and personalized shopping experience. And they want to understand the story behind the product. And the new consumer is looking for purpose and trust. And trust is based on transparency and responsible business practices. So what does this purpose really mean? Well, I came across a recent report by the Zeno Group called Strength for Purpose Study, where they asked consumers what they believed to be the most important elements of a purposeful brand. And they identified 8 key attributes that you can see on this slide, such as fair treatment of all employees, a diverse and inclusive culture, and issue advocacy. My point is, this is a movement, and it's here to stay, and it will only continue to grow. So we as leaders need to be ready to embrace sustainability as part of your purpose and your business strategy. On average, 82% of the consumers said they took action to support a company when they believed in its purpose. And 90% of consumers agreed that if a company truly lives by clear and strong brand purpose, they're more likely to support them even in an event of misstep or public criticism. So therefore, consumers expect more from their businesses than ever before. With that being said, many people ask me the question, Iris, can you define sustainability? And what exactly does that mean? And we know sustainability is an evolving concept. And I could talk hours for this topic, on this topic, which I will not do today. But I think we can agree that the 2030 agenda, the 17 Sustainable Development Goals, is the common agenda of the world. And that is the good news. So if you were not convinced before, reaching the global goals could generate $12 trillion of business value a year. And the necessity of reaching these goals should not be undermined. And our interest as a business, as people, should not be ignored. So there's no other option. Environmental, social, and governance issues should now create a framework incorporated by all companies from all industries all around the world. So in the given context of moving ahead, and having worked closely with experts, we as the Responsible Jewelry Council want to motivate our companies to understand the SDGs so they can educate their supply chain to report on progress. And that brings me to the Responsible Jewelry Council. And I invite you to look at our website where you will find many webinars on SDG 5, 8, 12, and 13. So founded in 2005, we are a purpose-led organization with a very clear mission and vision. Our mission, a responsible worldwide supply chain that builds trust in the global jewelry and watch industry. And it was pioneering leadership when 14 organizations came together in 2005 from mining to retail around the table to establish a standard-setting organization for the industry. And these organizations include Cartier, Tiffany, De Beers, Signet, Rio Tinto. And today, 15 years later, we have 1,300 members globally, and we continue to grow despite COVID. And our materials include diamonds, gold, silver, and colored gemstones. And in all industries, fashion, jewelry, health, and so forth, we are responsible to drive this bigger agenda. And not to go into too many details today, I'm happy to have conversations offline, but at the heart of the Responsible Jewelry Council is our code of practices. We help companies to take a step-by-step actions to understand their risks in their operations and supply chain, to integrate best practices in management systems on human rights, labor, product integrity, disclosure, environment, etc., and to really improve operational excellence. And of course, automatically, this will contribute to their reputation, their brand equity. And it's important to share that companies adhere to the code and they go through third-party audits by accredited auditors. And our recent update of the RGC Code of Practices is aligned with the UN Guiding Principles on Business and Human Rights and the OECD due diligence. So as an organization, we give solutions to the business fit for purpose in an evolving regulatory landscape. And so here we are, 2020, a decade to 2030. And we believe that transformative partnerships across the supply chain are the only way forward. We want to motivate our companies to understand the SDGs so they can educate their supply chain to report on progress. The RGC is launching on the 15th of December its SDG task force and will support our 1,300 members in implementing the SDG framework and reporting on progress. So to conclude, it is imperative that every business plays their role in helping to achieve the agenda. And the time for action is now. We owe it to future generations to work together and build back better from COVID-19 and base our recovery from the pandemic on very solid foundations. The Sustainable Development Goals are pivotal to this endeavor. So yes, this is a call for action. Let us work more closely together as to ensure the necessary collaboration and alignment as we implement global approaches to securing a fair, healthy, and prosperous future for ourselves, our children, and grandchildren. Thank you again.
Thank you, Iris. I think very important points of the choice that we make now the role of the consumer and data. It's not just a gut feel, but this is really what consumers are defining business as a purpose, and really glad to hear about the task force. So thank you so much for sharing your insights. And now, we want to bring some perspectives from the emerging economies, and from a very important stakeholder in the agro value chains, the small farmers. I would like to invite Dr. Ashok Dalvai, who is also the chair of the committee for doubling farmers' income. So a little about Dr. Dalvai, that he is a member of the Indian Administration Service and has served several states of the government of India since 2010. He's presently serving as CEO of National Rain-Fed Area Authority in the Ministry of Agriculture and Farmers' Welfare as a secretary to the Government of India. He's widely known for his role as the chairman of the Inter-Ministerial Committee on Doubling Farmers' Income, and his report is recognized as one of the most comprehensive and evidence-based strategies. So Dr. Dalvai has now been tasked to supervise DFI implementation as chairman of the empowered body. So sir, over to you to bring a very important perspective and how we look at the SDGs in the context of small farmers. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much, and namaskar to everyone across the globe. I'm privileged and honored to be at this forum, the Project Progress, which is a collaborative and practice research by CRB and Aston University. And I also recognize the presence of IDRC, which is the sponsor today. Devayani, as you said, represent the emerging economy or the South, the global South. And today the theme of discussions is to see how we can reconcile the action by global North with the priorities of the global South. And if we can do that, it will be a great progress forward, because after all, Mother Earth is one, Mother Planet is one, and all these boundaries of nationalities are artificial constructs. And the climate change or ecology at large does not recognize any of these artificial constructs. So far as India's agriculture is concerned, the sustainable development goals that are directly relevant are 4. Sustainable Development Goal number 1, which talks about elimination of poverty at all places in every form. And SDG 2 that talks about ending hunger and achieving food and nutrition security. And also, of course, sustainable approach to agriculture. And then SDG 8 is once again important because it talks about promoting sustained, inclusive, and sustainable economic growth. Besides, of course, generating full and productive employment and decent work for all the people. And SDG 10 is important once again for us because it talks about reducing inequality within and among countries. Apart from these 4 SDGs, which have direct bearing on India's agricultural system and the farmers at large, SDG 3 also is, I think, in a way relevant because it talks about ensuring healthy lives and promoting well-being. And it has an indirect bearing vis-a-vis agriculture sector. Now, why these 4 SDGs in particular are important in Indian context is because, notwithstanding that India's agriculture contributes around 60% to the national GVA, from the perspective of number of people dependent on the sector, it is very high. It is as high as 48%. And when you talk of 48% of an elephantine size of 130 crore population, it is almost 60 crore or 600 million. If we are talking about the welfare of the country, then welfare of this majority section is extremely important. And we are very conscious that welfare of this farming community will depend upon generating higher incomes. And then logically, incomes will come from employment. So now the doubling farmers' income strategy, a vision that the Honorable Prime Minister of India saw in 2016 to be achieved by 2022, is in perfect symphony with this SDG 2030. Because we are now talking of a new mandate for agriculture, and that mandate is achieve food and nutrition security for all the consumers of the country. Second, generate gainful employment for people engaged in agriculture directly and indirectly. And then third, improve the incomes of the farmers who are dependent on agriculture through employment generation. And fourth, very importantly, to focus on bioeconomy or the circular economy in and making agriculture as the anchor or the fulcrum of generating resources for industry and other sectors. And more in sync with this particular mandate, the principle that we would like to now adopt and we are adopting is sustainability in our technology, sustainability in our management practices, and then convert agriculture as a default profession into one of choice and make it demand-centric or market-centric. The new strategy is not farm gate to the market, but from the market to the farm gate. That's the whole new approach. So far as doubling farmers' income is concerned, the strategy is concerned, there are 7 important principles or the source of growth that the committee has identified, which have been accepted by the government and now they have been rolled out. The first one is improving crop productivity. Second one is improving livestock productivity. The third one is to improve resource use efficiency or achieve total factor productivity. Fourth one is improve cropping intensity, because land is always inelastic with high density of population and no further scope for expanding the area in agriculture. We need to grow vertically. And fifth, more diversification in agriculture so that we do not rely upon one crop or monocrops or just crops, but diversify into horticulture, animal husbandry, dairy, fishery, aquaculture, and so on. And sixth, very important, where we now find that incentives to the farmers for higher productivity and production will come from markets. And therefore, the focus would be transferring higher real remunerative prices to the farmers on their agriculture produce. If these these sources of growth have been identified as directly linked to agricultural change, transformation, one more source of growth that we have identified is to shift the surplus manpower engaged in agriculture to non-farm sector. So these are the 7 sources of growth that we have identified, and the projects and programs are all being owned around these 7. Now, the purpose of sharing this with the participants across the globe today is to find action for the global north in through the priorities that we have recognized in our country, and our country is one of the major global south country. So how do we go about it? Because the assignment that is given to me as a part of my speech today was, where can the private sector, represented by including the corporate sector, both domestic and foreign, participate in transforming India's agriculture and thereby find opportunities for them to invest and in sync with the SDGs. So the purpose of mine would be to convince you that there is a humongous opportunity for all of you to participate in India's agriculture. How do we do it? One is that the corporate sector, the private sector, can participate in improving the production environment in our country through higher efficiency and also higher productivity. Second, the most important is that the private sector can participate in post-harvest management, where you enable through better agri-logistics, better processing of agriculture, both food processing and non-food processing, and establishing new markets, enable the farmers of India to monetize their agriculture produce and thereby be incentivized to invest better technology and better capital into agriculture. And the third, of course, is that you can participate at the risk management stage. As we all realize, agriculture is the most risky profession, and there is possibility of engaging with the farmers and the farming community in risk management and enable them to take advanced action to minimize the losses of production as well as the incomes. Now, how can you go about? Let me be a little more specific so that we go back with an idea of what the action points are. One is that at the production stage, you can come up with new seeds, new breeds, with the capacity for high productivity, shorter durations, better quality, and more importantly, climate resilience in the context of increasing biotic and abiotic stress. Second one is that we now need agri-logistics. We need agri-logistics because a study shows that a high of 100,000 crore rupees in India rupees was lost only because the agriculture producers were not able to reach out to markets. And the reason was poverty of agri-logistics, whether it's pack houses, reefer vans, cold storages, dry storages, and all kinds of agri-logistics can actually enable us to convey the surplus from the production zone to the consumption zones and thereby help the farmers to get money on their produce. So that's where you can participate in agri-logistics. Then where you can come in, most important is agriculture processing, because today the food processing is as low as 11% in India, as near 30% in Russia, and over 70% in USA and UK. So agro-processing, food and non-food processing is where you can come in. And of course, importantly, markets. We want to know alternate markets. So far, the markets have been confined to government control or at best cooperatively managed. But today, we would like to have more of private markets so that there's a competition between the government and the private markets to the advantage of the farmers in discovery of prices. And then, of course, you can go in for contract farming, contract services, and formation of farmer producers organizations. Now, the reason of telling you this is that today the new policies that have been enacted by the government of India and various state governments enable corporate sector participation. The analysis has shown that over the last 20 years in particular, the public sector investment in gross capital formation has been as high as 98%, whereas the private sector participation has been very less, just about 2%. And within the private sector participation, whatever has happened has come from the individual farmers. So the private sector participation from the corporate world has been very negligible. Realizing this, and in order to incentivize the corporate world to participate, the policies have been designed newly. This includes, for example, new Marketing Act, new Trade Act, whereby private sectors will be given the same rules that apply to the government sector to set up markets, to set up processing facilities. And then we have several new policies adopted for this purpose. And along with this, foreign direct investment, 100% has been allowed in different sectors of the agriculture sector, including bringing them the automatic route. I think I've already taken 10 minutes, so I will now try to wind down within the next 1 minute. I would really like to emphasize that the policies of government of India today are open. They would like to invite the private sector participation, both domestic and foreign, either directly investing or in partnership with different people. And the financial incentive or the credit guarantee that is required from the banks also is being provided. So lastly, government is keen to promote digital technology because Digital India is the vision of the government. As part of Digital India, the agriculture sector is one of the important pillars, and we would like to promote digitalization or emerging technologies in the agriculture sector. So there you can participate in risk management, for example, the price forecasting, demand forecasting, supply management, crop insurance scheme, livestock insurance scheme, and so many other kinds of pest and disease forecasting, etc., and use different applications of information technology and emerging technologies in reaching out to farmers. So friends, I will stop here and say that we certainly look forward to the global north to participate with India in both the research and development stage, at the stage of production, at the stage of post-production, at the stage of risk management, and building a robust agricultural value chain that actually can connect from the farm gate in the remote villages of the country with the global market. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you so much, sir. I think that is a very well laid out roadmap. And I think the call to action with the private sector is very clear because I think there is a plan that is in place and the need for collaborations you have brought out beautifully. Thank you so much for that. So just to complete, we would want to have one more. We would like to invite Ms. Nandita Gupta for one more perspective because this looks at procurement.
Yes.
It relates to the public distribution system. And Ms. Nandita Gupta, who is a 2001 batch IAS officer and is the Joint Secretary, Department of Food and Public Distribution, which is a part of Ministry of Consumer Affairs, Food and Public Distribution. And before this, she has been serving as the Joint Secretary, Housing and Urban Affairs, and she has held posts of Joint Secretary in the Government of India and Director, Ministry of House. Sorry, I've said that, Government of India as well. So Nandita, over to you, ma'am, for your perspective.
Thank you, Devyani. It's an absolute honor and privilege to be here and to hear such eminent intellectuals on the subject. Now, I've had the fortune to listen to Dr. Dalwai, but after his very, very impressive speech, I think there's very little left for me to say on this. I'll just touch upon just a few points which are related to our ministry, that is the Ministry of Food and Public Distribution. Now, sometimes, when I speak to a layperson about food and public distribution, there is a bit of a misnomer that they think that, the entire gamut of all edible items comes under our ministry. So just to clarify right at the beginning, we are dealing with the procurement of wheat and rice through the Food Corporation of India for distribution through the PDS system, the public distribution system, which in India everybody understands as the ration shop, through which you need to get, for the items you need the ration card, and that is the a setup which is to meet the commitment of the government to meet the food security of the people, the citizens, under the National Food Security Act. So very, very briefly, I think if I just one of the eminent speakers had said that the people tend to see the government more as a regulator and a subsidizer.
Sorry, I'm sorry to interrupt, but can I just request you to adjust your video because we're not able to see you completely?
Okay. Is that better?
Yes, it is
okay.
Fine. Thank you so much.
Thank you. So I think the government now is moving more from the role of a regulator and subsidizer, which is a role that it has played in the past, to that of an enabler and a partner. And I think from our ministry, if you look at the perspective of logistics and supply chain, and also setting up of standards within this sector, and I'd just like to briefly touch upon a few areas where we think that private sector investment can come in. In fact, our ministry has already been in touch with a few international agencies. So very briefly, first of all, there is a national logistics policy that is coming up through the Ministry of Commerce. It is still at the incipient stage, but very soon it will be in place. But from this viewpoint of supply chain and logistics, as you all are aware that infrastructure and warehousing forms a very key player in that. So there is the Warehousing Development Regulatory Authority, which is under our ministry, which is sets the standard as far as warehousing sector is concerned. The important thing I'd like to highlight over here is that we have moved more from a regulator to an enabler, and the issue, I think, IT systems, information technology, which is area which has been highlighted by the other speakers as well. I think leveraging the IT systems to bring, I think, the policies closer to the people, I think to make it more accessible to the public. Now, I'll just like to give one example that under the aegis of the WDRA, we are setting up a platform where all the warehouses, which is either the public or the private sector, they will be asked to register without any fees. There'll be no regulation under the WDRA. This is just an information platform, just so that we can, the ministry and the government and all other stakeholders, they can have a free flow of information about the holding of various food stocks, whether it is wheat or rice or other agri and notified commodities. The other sector that the private sector investment could come in is improving nutrition through the PDS. And we've had a collaboration with the private sector to implement fortification of rice. Now, rice, as you all know, is provided to all the holders of the ration cards, but this is a rice which is not very nutritionally enriched, but through the fortification, that is adding one, some like some kernels of various nutritive elements, I think the quality of the rice can go up. So this is one area where already work is being done. And the other is, I think, related to biodiversity. If we talk about diversification of the agri-commodities that are being procured, because we are moving now from simply wheat and rice. Now FCI has cleared a project for the first time to procure lentils in Uttar Pradesh. So that along with that MSP regime, I think this is something that will push the overproduction and the overprocurement of wheat and rice to a diversification of production and at the diversification of other agri-commodities which are being procured and distributed to the public distribution system. The last, I think, arena which I can focus on is investment in warehousing per se, cold chain and cold storage, as well as actual, the conventional warehouses, as well as silos. We already have through the FCI a project which is underway to build 100 lakh metric ton of silos. Only about 8.25 LMT has been built so far, and there were not many takers because of certain policy constraints, which are now under review. So this is one area where we would like the private sector participation to come in. The other is, for example, the Asian Development Bank has shown some interest in investing in conventional godowns, with the improving the qualities and the infrastructure. We are collaborating with ADB only through the Central Warehousing Corporation, which is a PSU which is under our ministry, which owns around 420 warehouses all over. But this is something that can happen through the states also for all the godowns owned by the various state warehousing corporations. So at the grassroots level, the quality of infrastructure can improve. And last but not the least is obviously the cold storage, because if we need to move from the regime of wheat and rice to other nutritionally rich commodities, especially like vegetables, which are perishable items, then we need investment in cold chain storage. And again, we have taken very baby steps. One of our PSUs, the Central Railside Warehousing Company, has entered into a collaboration with Arunachal Pradesh to set up farm gate logistics, which is just a 10 LMT refrigerator at the farm gate level, which will be linked to a refrigerated van and then linked up to the market. So maybe these are the level of investments that even the private sector, even at the grassroots level, can look at, because that will lead to, I think, greater production of more nutritionally rich commodities and greater diversity in the production of various commodities that are being procured or are being supported through the logistic chain by the government. Thank you.
Thank you, Nandita. I think that was quite helpful because you've clearly laid out the role for the private sector and also touched upon the changing role of the government. And I think the issue that you also break out, which is very important for the food loss discussion, is having storage at the local levels, because you touched upon that, and those are very important. So thank you so much. And, with that, we come to the end of our inaugural session, and we are glad that we were able to bring these different perspectives. If you have any questions, please do put them in chat and we will make sure we take them to the speakers, we can get them. And the way we've planned the rest of the workshop is that we would like to deep dive into some of the SDGs in some of the discussions around the Sustainable Development Goals. So we would be shortly in another few moments requesting or dividing the participants into two parallel sessions. One session would discuss more on the sustainable consumption and production, especially in the context of food loss. And another group would be there is a panel which will be talking about decent work and gender equality across various sectors. We have gems and jewelry, we have agro, we have textiles represented in that. But just before that, and I know you've been a very patient audience, is if you can allow me 5 to 7 minutes, because I would just like to briefly share some of the findings that we have in the project thus far, which will also set a little context for the discussions that we would have in the parallel sessions. So please bear with us for 5 more minutes. And what we've done is that we've taken the liberty to pre-assign you to certain sessions, and you will be in your breakout rooms after this presentation. In case you would like to change if you would like to change your room, please put it in chat and we will accommodate that request. And so just taking 5 minutes, I will quickly talk about so this workshop, like we said, we're looking at aligning action by the global north with southern priorities. Now, this really is part of a project that we are doing with IDRC support and with Aston as a partner. Anitya, can you please go next? is really looking at that, how can we achieve sustainable and inclusive GVCs? How do we go about building those partnerships, those dialogue spaces, addressing those barriers that really lead to sustainable and inclusive GVCs, and particularly focusing on impacts for women, youth, environment, and climate change. Next, please. Now, over the course of the dialogues that we've had, when we've had this discussion on global value chains, and you've heard some of this before, so I will not spend too much time, with too much time. But what we have seen is that when it comes to Indian suppliers and manufacturers, their integration into the GVCs has led to a positive action on sustainability. But there is a need for a more collaborative dialogue. There is a need to relook and how the discussions on sustainability have happened. I know they can't be prescriptive anymore, but they have to be more partnership oriented. I think Mr. Passanier brought this point out. Dr. Talwai also touched upon it, recognizing and assimilating local wisdom. That how do you account for socio-cultural realities, because we can't take a commitment from the north and apply it in toto in the south, because the cultural reality, socio-economic status is so different. And we have to look at more power to smaller players. NGOs are coming up with innovative models. Farmers have solutions, so how is it SMEs, how do we make them more important in the GVCs, is something that has constantly been highlighted. Clearly, there is a need to look at the entire supply chains and not just between the top tier suppliers, because, and this is particularly relevant in the context of the pandemic, that you have to have complete traceability and understanding of the supply chains. I think sustainable public procurement has been talked about. But just wanted to briefly touch upon that these were messages that we were hearing anyways, but since the beginning of this year, we are all facing a pandemic. It has completely turned everything on its head, the way we do business, the way we live. And what this has meant for the conversation around GVCs in particular is that when we are looking to build resilience, when we are looking to recover from the pandemic, sustainability is absolutely the center stone. I think it's no longer an optional conversation. And there is a need to relook at the roles that different players have in the global value chains, because I think there is a need for more capacity building, more support, more technology for the value chain actors to adopt sustainability. So there is a clear need for more collaborative action and not one-sided action. Next, please. Now, when we look at, if there are particular SDGs, if we look at gender equality and decent work, then there's few things that have come out very clearly, right? That it starts with inclusive leadership. It starts with very clear target setting. It means that you look at gender equality at all levels in the organization and make conscious efforts to build that balance. You're also looking at supporting factors, investing in supporting factors, which makes it easier for the workforce to stay committed. It is also soft training, so it's not just hard skills, but there are case studies we've seen, there is evidence that we've collected that when you invest in soft skills of your workforce, it pays back manifold, not only just to the workforce, but also to the organization. And what is very important is that can we also look at how can systems now be put in place to look at the most vulnerable and excluded in the value chains? Clearly, the COVID was the worst for them, and our existing systems are not adequate. But how do we have these partnerships? How do we have these collaborations? Whom do we need to bring to the dialogue table to really address this gap? Next, please. Now, when we looked at the discussion on sustainable consumption and production, we looked at it in two contexts. We are looking at it in the context of food loss, addressing it across the value chain. And when it comes to the Indian scenario, it is not just addressing waste at the consumption level, but starting right from post-harvest. But some of the things that we have is that we first need to look at data. We need to look at a value chain approach. We have to measure loss at various nodes, create awareness, create capacities to be able to address the issue of food loss. We are looking at technology. Okay, sorry, Nitya, you need to go back. Sorry, one more, yeah. And there is a need for comprehensive policy, and it's good that policy, Anandita also referred to this in her presentation, that you review the policies if there are a way that policies can become more enabling. Now, what we have here is that we need a comprehensive policy, but it needs to be nimble to recognize that the food loss discussion cannot be applied with a single lens to all different kinds of commodities. So while there's an overarching policy, it needs to account for difference in the commodities and address those discussions separately. Next. Now, when it came to the discussion on circular apparel, and I know Mr. Pasnia touched upon this also, that circularity, the discussion is not just about managing waste. So when we looked at circular apparel and spoke to the stakeholders here, first of all, it's important to have a common definition of circularity, right? What does it mean? It is not just recycling, it's not just waste management, but it starts at the design level. And also, how do you look at collaborations between the different stakeholders to adopt more circular practices? How do we look at policies, more stable policies? Because one of the biggest challenge that even multinationals have expressed, that when they're working with supply chain actors, lack of a stable policy makes it very difficult for them to support certain transitions. So there is a need for stable policy. There is a need for a well-defined and accepted standard across the industry. And research and development, there is immense requirement, and there is immense scope for public-private partnership when it comes to R&D. And we also realized that when we spoke to different stakeholders, that circular practices can be adopted at various scales. But for us to really promote, we can't look at one universal international standard that applies to all stakeholders, and that may need to be customized. And one very important aspect is that we have to look at the aspect of green jobs. We have to look at the aspect of skilling, because certain circular practices may be seen as in the short run as a loss of livelihood, but there is a whole gamut of opportunities that opens up through different business models. And we really need to look at that. So those were some of the early insights that we wanted to share from policy and practice. We'll be delving into some of this deeper into our parallel sessions. But just before I stop, I would like to invite my colleague Divya, who's also representing the academic research side, because as we said that this project focuses on bringing the, it brings collaboration, it brings academic and policy and practice research together. So I would like Divya to just in about a minute talk about the academic research before we break for the parallel sessions. Divya, over to you.
Yeah, thank you so much, Devyani, and hello everyone. So rightly, what we have heard, so far is that these challenges and these issues, which we have heard from a very, very eminent panel, are, to say the least, wicked problems, and that's how we refer to it. In the academic circles, we refer to this challenge as grand challenges and wicked problems. And in order to meet the objectives of the project, we have a rather bold and ambitious research agenda and approach that we have adopted in the project, where we are working with, multidisciplinary leaders and thinkers and thought leaders and, senior scholars in the field. And we have a group of early career researchers from across the board, and the developing economies, working with them to investigate this phenomena primarily at 3 levels. So we've just heard, the emerging insight which Devyani was talking about, about local wisdom, about how, implementation and policy making and the challenge and the gap there. So the idea really is to look at the phenomena, at across multi-levels. So we are looking at individual level, research, where we are examining the perspectives and experiences of, within organizations, right from the leadership to the shop floor workers and the middle level managers. We are looking at organizational phenomena, so the practices and the policies and the routines of how does organization learning take place with respect to sustainability, or how is strategy made and what can that inform us about tackling the multi-level issues that have been identified in our engagement with the policy work, and also the policy level and the institutional level, or rather, the societal level interplay. So we are looking at, for example, what does human trafficking mean for GVCs and SDGs and decent work? Or we're looking at, in one of the projects, we are looking at, how can civil society really organize and work to examine this phenomena? How can private sector contribute to SDGs? So it's a very, I would say, rich conversation which is happening within the academic field, and between the scholars, and we are working very closely, with our policy partners. So the idea really is that the emerging insights actually inform the academic research which is ongoing, and the academic research findings will then, translate and be converted into policy papers, briefs to be implemented, and to keep these conversations going. And that's how, we are working, I would say, in the academic research in this project. But because we are short on time, we are not going to, any further details. We do have, a very dedicated event happening around the academic research next week. So if, any of you are interested, perhaps you can reach out and let, CRB know, and we can find a way to, include you in some of these conversations where we are looking at the academic, projects which are being undertaken in this project. So thank you so much, everyone, and over to you, Devyani.
Yeah, thank you so much, Divya, for bringing that, and thank you so much to the audience for bearing with us and letting us go through this presentation. Now, what we'll do is, Anitya, can you please stop sharing screen? Yeah, thanks. What we'll do is we will divide you into the parallel sessions from our end. Please give us a minute or so to do, and the session will go on for about 70 to 75 minutes, and at the end of which we will all come back for just a 10-minute wrap up. We will bring the insights, and we will follow Chatham House rules in the sessions, that there would be no attribution to individual speakers. We would be recording the sessions, however. So Sia, I request my colleague Sia now to please put us into the breakout rooms.
To tackle the challenges and leverage the opportunities emerging from food loss and waste. And when I say the word opportunities, it's, food which can come back into the circulation actually will impact the global hunger index, where India is standing abysmally low. So there is a need for a solutions mindset combined with a collaborative and a multi-stakeholder approach that will deliver our commitments. We have an excellent panel that represents a wide range of actors across private sector, research, academia, and international organizations. My co-panelists for this session are Dr. Arpita Mukherjee. She's a professor at the Indian Council for Research. She's a professor at the Indian Council for Research on International Economic Relations, India's premier think tank agency that brings out seminal reports addressing different sectors of the economy. Azhar Tambuwala is a director at Sayadri Farms, arguably India's largest farmer collective, with focus on the entire fruit and vegetable value chain, from production to market, both in India and internationally. Victoria represents the World Benchmarking Alliance. She leads the Food and Agriculture Transformation Practice at WBA. It's a global alliance that is working to improve the measurement of private sector progress in delivering on the SDGs. Dr. Prasanta Day is a professor of Operations and Information Management at Aston Business School, Aston University, UK. He's an expert in the field of circular economy, a very important philosophy that could address food loss and waste in a very comprehensive way. And finally, Monica Agarwal, she's a researcher at WRI India. WRI is a global organization that works at the intersection of environment, economic opportunity, and human well-being. WRI has developed the Food Loss and Waste Protocol, which is being used as an accounting and reporting standard that enables companies, countries, and others to actually quantify and report on FLW, so a targeted reduction strategy can be developed. Through our dialogue, we would understand how food loss and waste can be addressed through a value chain approach in India, what our multinational corporations are doing to address the challenges in emerging economies, and how do we work towards a comprehensive food loss and waste management policy in India. The panelists that I have introduced would address their remarks on a couple of thematic areas on FLW. Technology, role of standards, and collaborations are some of the cross-cutting dimensions that will be covered in the discussion. Following the panel discussions, Dr. Prasanta Dey will give his remarks on systems thinking and circularity, how circularity, role of technology and innovation can be applied to managing food loss and waste. We would keep about 10 to 15 minutes in the end for any Q&A that would come from participants. I'd like to start with Dr. Arpita Mukherjee. Dr. Mukherjee, I would like you to make your opening remarks on how you see the role of multinational corporations and global value chains in addressing the issues of food loss and waste in India. Over to you, Dr. Mukherjee.
Thank you very much, Raman, and thanks ERB and everyone for inviting me to the event. I actually listened to Nandita ji and Dr. Dalwai with a lot of interest. Yes, you know, in India, the presence of multinational, in fact, the presence of corporate, as has been rightly pointed out, has been very limited in the food value chain, and that too I would emphasize on the concept that their work in respect to standards, use of technology has been fairly limited. But they do it's only recently that they have been working in these areas of sustainable business practices. Now let me give you some examples of you know, how it is affecting the how they can actually help us. First is that globally there is a huge movement towards quality and standards, and if we want to improve the farmers' earning, we have to start working at the field level to have the right kind of fertilizers, right kind of the pesticides. The Prime Minister has always called for a more organic way of cultivation to minimize the use of pesticides, to have a more you know, save the resources like water. Now if this is where the multinational can work with the farmers, there will be a lot of good quality production, and therefore the rejection of the production in export markets and other places will be minimal. Currently we have a lot of products getting rejected, so this is an area where the exporters can work with their suppliers and the buyers can work with their suppliers to help them understand and do capacity building on the food safety and standards. Secondly, they can do capacity building on the production standards and the usage post-production activities, especially now I'll talk on the field level. For example, we talk about the one of the core issues that we do not consider is waste disposal. Waste disposal across multiple crops have been a key issue, because India has not only not been able to add value addition to the agricultural products, we have not been able to do value addition through the waste created by agricultural product, be it used in the pharmaceutical industry or cosmetic industry. This is a huge area where multinationals can work and help to reduce wastage. Third way of helping to reduce wastage is to ensure a product traceability and trackability across the supply chains. Now there are various traceability tools in the market, and once they start tracing the supply chains of the product, they will be able to understand where exactly the wastage is. In this context, the whole set of multinational manufacturers, retailers, they play a very, very key role in helping the you know, the supply chain agents at the back end to meet the requirement. The fourth area where multinationals and others can really work is when they talk to the policymakers, they should talk about the best practices. For example, the food loss regulations at their in their countries, which can help us to design a more robust food loss policy. At the moment, we do not have. The last but not the least, that they can also help us to collect data and evidence. At the moment, we do lack a lot of data and evidence, and therefore a data and evidence-based research will help us to get into more targeted output. I would also like to point out that India, as we were moving in from a very low-income economy and from a food secure economy to a high-income economy, which has issues at the other end, at the consumer end, where you are talking about food being wasted, at least we need need to first start off looking at the institutional wastage. So institutional wastage in terms of government procurement policies, in terms, and there is a need for a government procurement regulation for food, which has a component of how to handle food wastage, food storage, and so on and so forth, along with the policy of other private institutional activities, for example, universities and other NGOs. So there is a need to rope in, as I would like to say, multi-stakeholders from hospitals to colleges to NGOs in the food waste management.
Thank you, Dr. Mukherjee. I think very, very pertinent points. I'm just going to pick up on the same theme and go to Victoria. Victoria, based on the work that World Benchmarking Alliance is doing, what is the role that you see multinational corporations and brands playing in addressing food loss and waste, both in their home markets and also in the global south? Maybe you can share some best practices or examples that could be insightful for the listeners.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ramanuja. And great to be here. Yes, at the World Benchmarking Alliance, so we are focusing on assessing the performance of companies. So currently in our research, we look at the 350 most influential food and agriculture companies across the value chain. So from inputs all the way to retailers. And just this week, we've launched our baseline findings. And so I'm very glad that I can share with you some of the findings we have come up on the topics of food loss and waste. We've combined those two because we have over 30 different topics ranging from social issues, nutrition issues, as well as environmental issues that we've researched. But today I will only highlight the food loss and waste bit, and which is very clear to see in the research that the more the more closer you come to the consumers, the more these multinational companies have some kind of a commitment. So at this baseline level, we just looked at, is there a target? Is there a commitment? Is there a first step that companies are making to address these issues? And interestingly enough, so retailers and some of the big brands are showing to setting clear targets for reduction. But from seed companies, fertilizing companies, the traders, we see a lot less of that. And overall, it's 60% globally of all companies don't have any commitment on setting a reduction for food loss and waste. Now, if we focus on this food loss, how come that maybe food waste is the one that targets are been setting at, and food loss much less? That would be interesting to see. Of course, these brands that maybe people look up to and are being more scrutinized through activism are stepping up. But I think they could very clearly play a role to also helping on the farmer level. And first of all, I think the biggest thing that needs to be done, which is great that the government of India is doing that, and other fora now with the Food Systems Summit dialogues coming up, is awareness. I think awareness that we have to tackle this huge problem is number one. And through awareness, as the doctor also said, we will hopefully have more data as well. So data to work towards a progress. And then, of course, it comes down to innovation and investment. So we have seen some examples from upstream companies, like, for example, a seed company that is developing breeding techniques for a prolonged shelf life. To make sure that some seeds and crops are better protected against insects, rodents, and rotting. Because of course, in that part, in the loss part, the biggest investments should go into storage and into cooling. Those are two very clear pathways that can be taken. And however, I would like to stress that it doesn't always take investment. It's really also just a first step of education, of just maybe showing some very simple methods that storage can be better realized. So I think there's many ways in which cross value chain collaboration can be harnessed and to tackle this issue, because it's really crucial that we act upon it. And you do see, if we have, for example, 11 companies in our scope that we looked at who are headquartered in India. Unfortunately, most of them also don't have a clear target on reducing food loss and waste. Companies that are headquartered in other parts of the world, in European countries or in Japan or Brazil, for example, they did show more comprehensive commitments. Now, I don't know whether that is due to regulation or whether there's an investment incentive to that. But I think companies don't need to wait for regulation. They very much can make the first step and make sure that there's this transition. And of course, you can bring it back into the food chain. But I'd also like to pick up on that circularity point that has been raised in the plenary, which is just making the first step could be making sure that it doesn't end up in the landfill, but that it gets some kind of an other purpose. That the food waste can be used for.
Thank you, Victoria, for those very insightful intervention. And I think, yes, there are a lot of things that are being done in the home countries. And I guess it's about building the awareness of some of those examples and contextualizing them in the context of, the developing and emerging economy to make sure the loss aspect is arrested and the waste gets recognized the way it is. I'm going to go over to Azhar, who's a practitioner coming from a business perspective. As I mentioned in the introduction, Azhar is the director at the Sayadri Farms, which is what, Azhar, you have over 7,000 members, farmer collectives that owns the company. And I think Sayadri Farm is probably the largest exporter of fresh grapes to European Union in UK. Am I right, Azhar? Azhar, I think you're on mute.
All right, yes. Hi, Raman. Yeah, you're nearly right. We don't only export to the UK, we export to about 42 countries in the world. And we've got about 8,000 growers who are connected with us with about 750 as shareholders. We are a 100% farmer-owned company.
Okay, Azhar, I would like you to share at least in the initial remarks, the company has had global value chain linkages with these retailers and other customers for quite some time now. What has been the experience of bringing in those practices on managing food loss and waste into your operations? And given that, you're working with over 8,000 growers, so obviously your operations move from production right up till the point of dispatch or export. So could you share some of those experiences of working with as part of these global value chains?
Yes, Raman, I mean, it could go on forever, but considering just 5 or 6 minutes, I'll try and quickly kind of run through a journey that we've had. And initially, when we began this journey, which is close to about 20 years ago, it was very, very difficult. Because just understanding what it all was and translating it and getting it back to the grower level was a massive task. 20 years later, when we're sitting where we are, we can look back and smile. But the fact is, what we've learned is it is an integrated approach which really works. We cannot really break it down and say this one particular thing kind of worked and this is the solution. An entire integrated approach right from production to the consumer is what really worked for us, which means including technology at the ground level. I mean, for example, we've got weather stations in every village that we work with, which gives us accurate weather data, which helps us have the right kind of agronomy inputs to give our growers. We've got our own agri divisions where we supply the right quality and type of fertilizers to our growers. And from the production side, the post-harvest management becomes extremely important to avoid food waste so that we can correctly harvest the right kind of produce which is required. Also very important is a grower, when he's growing, he's unable to actually grow only one standard. And he cannot just grow, grade A product for which has got cosmetic beauty and value, which can go to the table variety of for consumption. So therefore, there's always going to be a B and C variety which is required, and it's very important to have solutions for the B and C quality of product, which essentially means that you have to go into processing. And this led us to getting involved with the frozen section of the food industry. So we have our own IQF lines as well as frozen lines. And we also have a septic puree line. And this entire integration, I keep coming back to this large scale integration. For example, with tomatoes, we happen to be India's largest grower of tomatoes as well as processor. So which gave us the opportunity that when when the markets are not strong enough or there's too much of product, we convert all the tomatoes into paste. And today we happen to be supplying or be the largest supplier of tomato paste to Kisan, which is into Sunliva. We're also, when we're looking at our grapes, we are supplying it to about 42 countries across the world. And we've got various kinds of global value chains which have been implemented in this with regard to certifications at the packhouse levels, at the grower levels, and ensuring that our growers live up to certain standards and work the right kind of quality that is required. And all of that helps in food loss. Why? Is because we are able to ensure that all the three different kinds of qualities are taken to various different markets. So we've also invested in a domestic markets also now. So besides our export markets, where once upon a time 100% of our turnover was exports, now our export turnover is about 60-70%, and we've dedicated a retail chain. We've got 13 retail chains of our own and an online app, and we are serving close to about 2,000 orders on a day-to-day basis, which helps us that our growers' volumes as well as productivity is increased. Very important is we also have focused on technology and bringing in different varieties. And I think that's a very important thing in focusing on new varieties which come into the country, which are important to bring into the country. It's a very long and tedious process, and we need to get a lot of that red tapeism out, which should help the growers. And the reason for that is there are better varieties in all crops across the world, whether it's seeds or plants, whether it's grapes or horticulture. And these varieties typically help in better yields. They are stronger, better varieties against weather, which is very difficult to predict. And they give higher yields, higher production, better quality. So we've been instrumental in bringing in a lot of new varieties, which has helped our growers to obviously get richer, to give us better products so that we can market it better. And in all of this, it's also very important to create branding. I think one part of the food loss is that there is no branding in India, at least in the fruit and vegetable space. I mean, you're going to be worried about the car you buy, but you don't worry about where the fruit and vegetables that you eat and where is it coming from. So traceability and transparency. We are probably the first company to get into blockchain to help this entire process, give transparency to all our consumers. So there's a lot we are doing in this space, right from the grower side to the consumer side. In between, we've also got an academy which helps teach our growers new skills and technology and helps them upgrade themselves in the farming sector. And this is the Tire Strive. We've got all these things. So what I'm trying to emphasize here with regard to food loss, it's not one particular solution that says, all right, this is going to solve it. So it requires your cold stores, it's going to require your post-harvest, it's going to require pre-harvest, it's going to need your crop management, the right kind of crop management, the right kind of varieties to bring in so that you get lesser wastage. It requires a supply chain, investment into supply chain so that you have lesser wastage during transit. You need to have your own direct retail outlets or sale outlets so that you have a direct link and a connect with the consumer. Where you can, for example, in this pandemic, it gave us a great opportunity to actually save the consumer direct to home, where they didn't need to go out and buy in the market. So all these things kind of helps, in the topic of circularity, where it reaches farm to consumer directly, ensuring that all the links in between are upgraded and they work in tandem to each other. and that kind of will serve the purpose. So that's
Thanks,
what.
Azhar.
Yeah.
Thanks a lot, Azhar. I think the work that Sayadri and all of you people are doing is extremely innovative and could possibly put many of the transnational corporations to I would say shame in terms of what a farmer collective can achieve by way of innovation and delivering of very high standards of quality. Obviously, this puts pressure, and I think your work is really a lighthouse to many of the others to follow. I'm going to come to Monica from WRI. Monica, WRI globally has been doing a lot of good work in the area of food loss and waste in terms of measurement tools, etc. Maybe you could talk a little bit about, what is the context for food loss and waste, food loss in India, and what is the perspective that WRI has? What are the trends that you see in food loss? Over to you, Monica.
So at WRI India, we are working with Food and Land Use Coalition, and I've been listening. I listened to Ashok Dalwai in the plenary, and then my fellow co-panelists here. I think we are all saying the same thing. So Mr. Dalwai pointed out that there is more than 100,000 crores of loss, post-harvest losses that happens. That's a huge national loss in terms of our national wealth. I've been hearing our co-panelists pointing out that the data is thin. We don't have enough evidence. Then everyone is saying that there's no one solution. As I just said, there's no one solution to this issue. We're talking about collaborations and partnerships. So like you said, globally WRI is working a lot more on this issue. They have come out with a protocol which sets counting and reporting standards to measure and report on. So in India, we have what we did in last couple of months was we did a literature review. We looked at what is the data and information available on understanding food loss and waste. And we looked at almost 150 studies and publications. And we tried to gather data based on these studies. But the evidence is very thin. The database is very thin. We cannot make out what are the hotspots of loss and waste and what are the critical loss points in the food value chains. So unless we know the hotspots and critical loss points in the food value chains, we cannot strategize, and then probably whatever investment also we make will not be that effective. So if I give you an example, we were also looking at different crops and commodities and what kind of data is available. So rice, wheat, and mango, of course, were the most studied commodities in the literature that was available. And the loss estimates from different studies in mango ranges from 9% to 40%. So that's a huge range of loss to make sense of. And if it is such a wide range, then obviously we have very, very thin evidence to work on reducing losses in mango. And why is this happening? It's because it's not easy. It's very complicated to measure food losses because definition itself has multiple dimensions. How are we defining food? Are we including edible, non-edible? What is qualitative loss? What is quantitative loss? Are we including both? Then what are the different supply chain stages? How are we defining them? So there is like the dimensions of even defining it is very complicated. So that makes the studies that are available, that data that is available is not comparable. Though we have national level surveys done by ICAR in the past, but if we compare different studies of primary data that is available, it is not comparable. So if data is not comparable, then probably we cannot build evidence to strategize to find out effective solutions. So that is one of the major findings. And of course, again, the social, economic, or environment dimensions are not really addressed in the food and loss waste research in India. So it's very nascent. The FLW research is very nascent in India. We really cannot make out any trends. But what emerges is the need for adopting some kind of standards for measuring and reporting on food loss in India. So there are certain global solutions available like FLW protocol we can look at, but definitely we need to adopt certain standards to measure and report on food loss and waste in India. So with this, I'll end for now. Thank you.
Thanks, Monica. I'm going to pick on those points and come to you, Victoria. Recently I was watching a webinar, the Champions of 12.3, and one of the speakers talked about how the UK has already met its goal of 12.3. Maybe I would have got it wrong, but are there learnings from what the UK has been able to achieve, well ahead of many of the other countries in Northern Europe, that you think can be brought to bear to address some of the points that Monica has raised in terms of, reporting, data quality, and so on and so forth?
Thanks for the question. Well, I'd say that in the UK and other contexts like that, the biggest gain also from policy perspectives were to make the food safety policies a bit more lenient, and therefore making it easier for the food to not be wasted at the consumer or retail level. So while I think it's great that those steps are being made, those are of course easier steps to do. While of course there's food safety measures more down the line that also have been reflected earlier on by the panel speakers about product rejections and all of that. Some are of course very useful for public health and for public health safety. So it's a balance between how can policy help in reducing the food loss, and I think again, of course, data and just the awareness that these things have to be measured and these things should be dealt with is number one. I mean, from a benchmark perspective, what benchmarks do is they gather data, they compare the data of different companies, and benchmarks are then used by a threefold of different stakeholders, by the companies themselves who are being benchmarked, but of course also by investors to see which companies are more advanced than others. And then the third one, civil society, of course, but also governments to feed into a policy loop and to see which topics need further policy and which topics are very well evolving without more policy interventions. And I'd say this one, especially if investments would flow in, is something that even without policy changes can really take lift and become transformed, because it's so easy from an investor perspective to make the business case that you are not having food being lost, being really product value being lost, but you create a new value with it just by an economic sense that is perfectly understandable. And then of course in the sustainability context, this is extremely necessary. So and also just recently, one of the main summits in leading up to the Food Systems Summit next year, concentrating around how private sector can engage, there were three main action points. And one of the three action points was around this loss and waste issue, because it's so critical that it becomes just internalized in the strategy, and it becomes a clear target for companies how they can realize a reduction.
Thanks, Victoria. We will move on to the issue of trade and how global trade can be used as the lever to impact food loss and waste. I would like Dr. Arpita to come in and share her thoughts and her research on that. Dr. Arpita?
Thank you, Raman. We are unfortunately going in, as we talk about trade, we are going in for this year is an era of protectionism, and global trade has contracted. But trade in agro and agro processing is very, very important for India for 2 to 3 reasons. First is that India has negative trade balance in most of the commodities. In agriculture, we have a positive trade balance, but our positive trade balance is reducing. So, and we export a lot more primary produce, which requires a lot of good quality storage, and our value added products are less. So, one of the reasons that we are not able to export value added products is often we are able to not meet the standards, and therefore the processing is happening at the destination market. This is very true for a number of things, like for example organic produce. We have a unilateral certification for organic in the case of ingredients like but we don't have it for the processed kind products. So now coming to the core point, now why are we not engaged so much in the trade? India has actually, now coming back to your multinational, India has actually opened up and we have also implemented this labor regulation, the 3 kind of level reforms, labor regulation, everything to attract multinationals along with Make in India. But we have put in certain very key restrictions which is affecting their operation across the supply chain and mitigating it. First is that in case of e-commerce, they are allowed only in a marketplace based model. They are not allowed in an inventory based model. If you are not allowed in an inventory based model, you have very limited say in the inventory management. Now, so this is a major issue of the multinational companies working in India. So as we have rightly heard in this session and the session before that, corporates are not engaging from the retail and the manufacturing end. And this is one of the reasons that they are not able to engage from the retail end. Secondly, when we look into the retailers, large retailers, we have a lot of conditions on the appointment on the large retailers. The FDI is allowed subject to multiple conditions, especially if it is a multi-brand retailer, which is mostly applicable in the case of food and grocery. And the biggest concerns that they have is even in the FDI policy, we'll put in state level regulation. On the other hand, this farm regulations which are state level has been taken up by the center. So there is a difference between the 2 regulations of the 2 government departments that are coming up in India, which actually needs to be aligned in when we want foreigners to come to India and source more from India. Now, for example, if you look at the issues that Walmart and Flipkart faced when they had their mergers, was Flipkart was allowed to do anything, marketplace based model or inventory based model, as it was an Indian company. But the moment it comes merging with Walmart, it is restricted to have an inventory based model, whereas Walmart was asked by the policy, it is a requirement on it part to have a 50% investment in backend. So now these are the kind of issues that need to be looked into for the foreign multinationals to have their supply chains in India. So first you will have your supply chains and sourcing networks in place. Now how they operate at the moment? At the moment they operate mostly through a contract with the Indian suppliers, where the Indian suppliers are given a code of practice or a best practices they give. And mostly their control that they have in India is mostly in terms of the quality and standards. They are not able to control the sustainable business practice, and neither they're interested to invest and control until they have an entire supply chain control. So Raman, I come back to your point that if you want to trade, you have to remove barrier to trade and FDI. If you want investment, you have to remove first barriers to investment. Now and the barriers to their investment was one of the barriers. Definitely it was, but it was not a big think, because if some product is going of a standard that is going for the PDS, which requires MSP, is not the same product that a American company or a European company will be sourcing for their market. So I'm just giving you the regulatory issues that are related to investments at the farm level. I completely agree with when they talk about the product branding. Like when you achieve a quality, then you move into the branding. Then I come to another policy. For example, if you have a policy like the mega food park policy, you are setting up a food park, but what is your waste management policy? So if you have a common center for food processing, you can also develop a common center for waste management. And that is where we have a lot of learning experiences from other food parks, how they are doing their waste management. And one of the reasons some of these policies like mega food park policy of India hasn't really taken off, because it did not have a waste management policy. So what I'm trying to say is that yes, multinationals can work a lot here. They want to work a lot here, but we need to move a step forward to allow them to work in the food loss management.
That's very, very important, and the regulatory perspective along with the points on policy that Victoria talked about actually are the twin ecosystem enabling factors that will drive the agenda. I want to come to Azhar. Azhar, you mentioned that Sahyadri is also aggressively moving in the domestic market with its own retail operations, its own farm-linked, fresh and value-added products. What has been the experience that you've been able to learn from working with the international buyers, and how much of that has been you've been able to translate into your domestic operations in fresh produce as well as in value-added products?
Raman, a lot. I will say a big part of our learning has come from the international markets, especially working with Europe. When I look at the standards that they demanded from us, when supplying the many producers. So when I'm supplying Tesco's or Asda or Sainsbury's or any of the German retailers, and they require certifications of the farms, they require every farm to be tested in laboratories and to adhere to the pesticide norms of their country, with regard to social auditing, and audits with regard to how we run our factories, how we manage people and labor on site, how do we take care of them, do we give them the right kind of facilities, and all the the fair trade practices. Now, all of this was pretty alien to us when we began our journey, and but the beauty of it is, because this was thrust on us, if we had to survive in the European markets, we had to adjust to it. We had to build ourselves up to those levels. And we did that. And along the way, after a few years of kind of mastering that, of figuring it out, and there were a lot of stakeholder meetings, we had the government involved in trying to ensure that certain policies are laid down so that we can achieve these standards. So there was a lot of give and take with the stakeholders, with the government, with APIDA, and managing to set some standards. Now that we kind of achieved these standards for the international markets, we understood the importance and realized that that it's possible to do so, that our growers can understand, and even if our growers are small, we are 80% of Indian growers are marginal growers with 2 to 5 hectares. When they are motivated with a fair price, and they are able to achieve certain standards, and they are able to achieve whatever certification norms are required. And when this is actually possible, and why it is possible, once we understood all of that, we were able to bring it back into the domestic, into India with our farmers, and try to adopt these same strategies, these same requirements with our growers, putting in a sense of responsibility on them also. And this, which we feel is a very important fact hidden from the Indian consumer. The Indian consumer is not at all aware of their rights of food safety. Now we speak of wearing a helmet on a two-wheeler vehicle and don't walk on the street, walk on the pavement, or wear a helmet when you're on a construction site. But nobody talks of food safety in India as a norm. And nobody talks of traceability. And 98% of fruit and vegetable is sold on the streets. It's not sold in supermarkets, unlike European or the Western countries and the Western economies. So how do you kind of harness 98% of street sales into an organized manner? And how can you reach that consumer, educate that consumer to understand that they've got consumer rights? And there is something called traceability, and there is something called pesticide residue controls, and branding and packaging and delivering straight to home. And that it's a right. It's not something which they cannot demand. So it's been a journey about. So your question that how did we learn something from European or from the Western economies? Yes, we did, and it's been a great journey bringing all this back and trying to link all of that with our growers and up to our consumers. So when we speak to our consumers, or when we send out flyers and leaflets and marketing material out, none of our consumers actually know their own rights, so that where they're eating from, where the produce is coming from, or the 1 kilo of vegetable which is coming home, or the lady who actually does all the buying. She has no clue, because the lady of the house wants to provide her family with the right kind of fruit and vegetables and keep her family happy. And when we tell her that you have no clue what you're buying, and are you buying it off the street, and what is the traceability? And I can give you examples where in Mumbai, along the railway tracks, if you travel by the local trains, you will see vegetables grown on the railway tracks, and that comes out for sale outside. And there is what is the source of water? What is the source of soil over there? And nobody has any kind of controls over these kind of practices. So we as a company have been trying to adopt all these measures and bring to the Indian consumer a safer product grown in better environments under certification norms, tested in our own laboratories. So we are just in the process of adopting or bringing in laboratories with LCMS and GCMS machinery on site, so that we can test a produce before it goes out. So having said that, that's what we've kind of adopted, and we're bringing into the Indian consumer. I hope I've answered your question.
Thanks, Azhar. Yes, you did. Victoria, I'm going to pick up on a point that you made earlier from the baseline report, where you mentioned that multinational corporations are more concerned about the food waste dimension closer to the consumer or closer to the retail shelf. Is there any data or any anecdotal evidence that you have come across about the performance of these companies in their Indian subsidiaries? There are several large players, Coca-Cola, PepsiCo, Unilever, P&G, who are involved in India. Would you be able to talk about that a little bit? And the second dimension I would like you to just talk about is, what is the role that civil society has played in influencing the actions of multinational corporations? And are there lessons from there that you could share? Maybe in India, some of those could be adopted or adapted to.
Thank you. Yes. Well, when we conduct the research of these 350 multinational companies, then we always want to look at how they perform globally. So if they have certain codes of conduct and certain regulations internally, do they apply that to all of their operations? Indeed, so not just a specific region. So we have looked now specifically into Indian subsidiaries, but we expect them that if they adhere to some standards in North America, for example, that they do that across their entire group activities. So, and if they don't, they get a lower score. So that's a way in which we try to incentivize that is being done. Now we have started a more deep dive research into supply chains, so to see how indeed subsidiaries are doing, but also more importantly how these companies are affecting their value chain chain partners? Are they really using the influence that they have, and not just to put the burden somewhere else? Because I think that is very easy to do, that just setting up some paper document and wanting others to sign it and then being free off. And all of the standards, I mean, that we work on, and also other initiatives like that, like The Economist has a great, within their intelligence unit, they are developing a food sustainability index, which is geared on national levels, so dives into the national activities, and they are looking into these things in detail and are expecting much more of these companies. And so in our research, we will also try to highlight how not even subsidiaries, but really suppliers and second and third tier suppliers are affected by policies of these multinationals. And that makes a good bridge also to civil society's role. I think in the early beginnings, let's say, most of these sustainability issues, challenges, and what we finally now call opportunities, and I think really sustainable business models, which are future-proof models actually, have been driven by civil society. And as it's been very eloquently put forward, it used to be about a CSR or a charity activity, but now it really has to be incorporated in the main business activity. Now, then consumer-facing brands are of course more easily targeted by civil society. They are recognizable, and as has been done, for example, with deforestation. If you look at all the, let's say, chocolate brands that have been attacked for contributing to deforestation and have taken action upon that, then of course these big brands, everybody in the value chain, but also these very big ones, more consumer facing, these processors, can take much more action to aid the on-farmer level to reduce this food waste. So I think there is the biggest win to gain, that also these front actors take a sort of responsibility as to how to help the others in the value chain who have maybe less economic activity and availability to harness that, but that they're really being called upon, and civil society has an absolute crucial role to play in that. And the more easily it translates to how consumers and the public can affect it, the better. So so that's why I think also food loss is so individual that every person can affect. But then if you know that certain brands are doing better than others, then that of course is a really good publicity mechanism to incentivize action.
Thank you, Victoria. Very, very useful, and obviously lots to learn and bring to the Indian context. I mean, consumer awareness on food standards, food quality is a very recent thing, and I think as the people become more and more interested in safety through these, trying times of COVID-19, I think there will be a greater understanding and hopefully a greater push to demand that. And I do hope that brands, both international and local, would respond. Before I go to Dr. Prasanta De for his remarks, I noticed that Ms. Nandita is also there at the panel. Maybe, Ms. Nandita, would you be able to take a question? Are you okay?
Yes, of course.
Sure. So, the Indian context for the entire theme around food loss and waste is really spread across several government departments and ministries. I just would like you to share your thoughts on how you think some of that could be managed effectively, and there is a unifying theme that comes across to every player in the value chain, right from the producer to the branded player. And clearly, of course, the government's focus on going local it will contribute to that, but really would appreciate your thoughts on that.
Yeah, I think that's actually an excellent question, and this is something which probably the whole nation is grappling with at all levels, whether it's at the government level or right down to the consumer level in the villages. So first, let me just make a clarification that, I said that earlier in my talk as well, that when we talk about our ministry, food and public distribution, we deal exclusively with wheat and rice and some coarse grains. Now, I will come to the other commodities later. So let me just highlight one issue regarding our ministry. So at the risk of being repetitive, I will say that all of you are aware that we procure wheat and rice, which conforms to a certain quality prescribed by the government at a notified minimum support price. It's an open-ended policy of procurement, which means that within the period notified for procurement, anybody who brings any quantity of wheat and rice to the notified centers for procurement by either FCI or the various states through which are acting on behalf of FCI. So that amount is procured and it is held by the government. Now, without going too much into the the after effects of this policy, I can tell you that as far as wheat and rice is concerned, we do not really have a problem of food loss or scarcity. Actually, our granaries are bursting, our warehouses are bursting at the seams with food grain. We our total requirement of food grain per year is 650 lakh metric tons if we need to meet the requirement under the PDS. We actually procure 900 lakh metric tons every year. That means around 350 excess is procured every year, and that keeps getting added. Now, the reason, for example, during the COVID period, this Garib Kalyan Ann Yojana, because we had so much lying in our stock that we were able to meet this, massive requirement in this emergency situation. So as far as wheat and rice is concerned, there is no problem at all. Now, there is a problem as far as essential commodities, especially vegetables, and I'll just talk about the main essential commodities that are notified by the government. So that is some lentils, pulses, onions, potato, and tomato. So there is a problem of scarcity, there is a problem of loss. Now some of these are procured by NAFED, which is a cooperative which works under the aegis of the Ministry of Agriculture. A minimum support price is also prescribed for these particular commodities. Now, I think the area where I think there is the biggest gap between production, procurement, storage, transportation, that is cold storage, because these are perishable commodities. Wheat and rice is not. That's why you have this for example, this open storage of food grains. So that became a very big issue, but actually it is it doesn't really get spoiled as long as it is properly stored on platforms and it is covered. So wheat and rice is not an issue. We need to invest heavily into cold storage and supply chain. We need to have reefer vans, refrigerated vans that will transport these perishable commodities from the procurement centers to the storage and later to the distribution centers. So I think this is where the biggest gap is. This is where the biggest investment needs to go in. I don't think that we had a policy until the Agri Infrastructure Development Fund was announced by the Agriculture Ministry, but that is also slightly complicated because you do not get grants. I think you have to apply for various loans to various agencies. So now, for example, like I said, a baby step taken by our ministry, though technically we did not deal with this, but we do have two public sector undertakings. One is the Central Warehousing Corporation, one is the Central Railside Warehousing Company, which does a bit of food grains storage and management. The lion's share is taken by the Food Corporation of India. But these two companies also do additional non-food commodities like cement or fertilizers and so on. The point is that being PSUs, both are profit making, so they have funds to invest into allied activities. So through CRWC, we already have started a project in Arunachal Pradesh. Again, that is an area. I think we need to look at areas which we have a good production and which are not well connected to the to the mainland, like Northeast, J&K, Ladakh. So we have started utilizing these funds available with these PSUs in these areas. For example, we've asked CWC to construct godowns in Zanskar and Dras in Ladakh. And through the Central Rail Side Company, we have, like I said, we've come up with a project in Arunachal Pradesh in 3 districts. Now, there's a very, this technology is already available. You only need to invest around 50 lakhs for a 10 LMT cold storage. It's like a big refrigerator which can be constructed at the at the farm gate level. It runs on solar. It does have a backup of I think battery or diesel. And within this 50 lakhs, you can also link up with a reefer van and then either connect to a digital platform, or one can connect to the local market. So these kind of investments at the local level need to go in, because this is it's the perishable commodities where there is where there is a massive loss, and also the transportation, not just the procurement at the storage at the farm gate level, but also then transportation, because we need these refrigerated vans are actually the ones that are available right now. The capacity is too small. So probably if we need to think of bulk transportation. Now wheat and rice we transport in bulk, either through rail or through road. But we need to have specialized transportation, probably in a cold storage infrastructure for perishable commodities. Our ministry did speak to one of the companies called Kearney Logistics, but I think the financials involved are too much. I'm not very sure whether the government has that kind of funds available as of right now to go in to subsidize, this bulk transportation of cold storage. So that is one area where I think that the private sector can look at. The other thing is quality standards for warehousing, whether they are for agri and other commodities or for or any other commodities. We have the Warehousing Development Regulatory Authority, which prescribes these standards. And right now it is mandatory to register with the WDRA if there are certain notified commodities which the WDRA notifies, and if anybody is storing that for commercial storage, in the sense that if I own a warehouse which I offer on rent to the producers or distributors, then I need to register myself with WDRA. But if I own a warehouse which I'm using for my own commodities, I do not need to register with WDRA. So to kind of bridge this gap, because this means that we may ultimately end up having information about the commercial warehouses, but we do not have any information, let's say Reliance, or let's say, Star Agri, or let's say Adani. So they have captive storage. So we have no information about, and this is one of the issues that is coming up in the criticism of the government as far as the new policies that have been notified is concerned, that, there's a fear. I think it's an unfounded fear that the big businesses will take over. But nevertheless, we do need to have information about what big businesses are doing as far as procurement, storage, transportation is concerned. So we have come up at our level with, it's not implemented, it is in the stage of implementation. We have come up with, we will be setting up a portal for warehousing, in which it will, all the public or private players who are dealing with agri and other notified commodities, they'll be asked to just put basic information about their stocks and their capacities on that portal. But there are limitations. It is user driven. Right now, there is no law under which I can compel anybody to forcibly give their information, especially in the private sector where data security is a concern. So it will be user driven. So I think we need closer partnerships with the private sector. And I think we, at the government side also, we need to make it easier for business to do business. We have already done that with WDRA. We have recently notified the reduction in the various requirements for the application fees, the net worth requirement, the security deposit, etc. that one has, the standards that one has to meet from the private or the public sector to register with WDRA. We've actually reduced that, so that more and more people they are able to come under the aegis of WDRA. We are also actively looking at what are the benefits or what are the incentives we can provide to the warehousing sector, and we would welcome suggestions on that, because one of the criticisms we have heard is from the warehouse, the private sector with warehousing and logistics, is that WDRA is just another compliance burden. It's just another regulatory burden which is added on to the state requirements. So there is no benefit, there is no incentive. So if there are any suggestions on that, we would welcome that. What are the, apart from GST, because that keeps coming up, that we need to do away with the GST. But apart from that, if there's any other suggestions, I think we would really welcome that from the private sector to see how is it that we can, partner in this area. And I think from, let's say the funding agencies or MNCs, we would really like investments in technology and regarding cold storage and transportation. So I've tried to be as brief as possible.
Sorry, go ahead. No,
I'm done. Yeah.
Okay, no, great. That's an excellent call for action, actually, and I think many of the points, need to be addressed, and clearly the government is seeking partnerships. We'll definitely take this out to our other colleagues in the ecosystem and hopefully come back with some suggestions. I'm just going to, in the interest of time, may I request Dr. Prasanta Dey to give his remarks on circularity and how that could be as a tool to impact food loss and waste. Dr. Prasanta? Dr. Prasanta is based out of England and welcome to this session, Dr. Prasanta. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ahuja. And I fully agree with all the previous speakers on the issues and challenges and the solution they are talking about and the current activities. I will begin with a couple of statistics from the UK. My colleague Victoria presented on the UK scenario. If we look at in 2018, 5.9 million ton of food waste happened in the UK. Okay, so which caused around 25 million ton of GHG, okay, which cost around 19 billion pounds. So huge loss. And if we look into another alarming statistic, 40% of that food waste went to landfill. And when it goes to landfill, the food waste produces methane, and methane contributes 20 times more global warming compared to CO2. So we cannot allow any food waste to go to the landfill. So that part is really very bad. Okay, the thing is, what we are talking about today is the climate change issues, not only in the food supply chain, in other part of it also. And perhaps circular economy is the solution. Okay, we require to really bring the circular economy as a philosophy. Circular economy is not a technique, not a technology. Okay, it's a philosophy of shifting our paradigm from make, use, and dispose to take, make, distribute, use, and recover. So from the linear supply chain to circular supply chain, with the principle of reduce, reuse, and recycle. So what I would, you already mentioned in your, answers, that's food supply chain is very complex. Okay, food supply chain is connected with other supply chain as well, like energy, water, okay, it's manufacturing, all sort of supply chains are connected. And if we look into the stakeholders, they are extremely disintegrated. Transparency is lacking also. I'm not really talking about India or other emerging economies, but also in the developed economies in UK as well as in Europe. So this is existing. Okay, so our research looked into that aspects, and we came out with a circular economy performance measurement model. And we started working with mainly manufacturing and emphasizing on small and medium-sized enterprises. And in last, say, 5-6 years, we are working on, and we have a number of results at that. And we have recently taken up a project in Thailand to look into the food supply chain. We haven't really gotten any data or the findings yet, which I could really share here. But what I would like to really give you a perspective of the model that we have come out with, and which is quite robust and holistic, and covering all aspects of the economic, environmental, and social aspect. Okay, we do appreciate that the business entity would be emphasizing on the economic aspect, but alongside they require to really understand the environmental and social aspect. Okay, so the circular economy model looks like in the in the downstream side, all the aspect of the economic, environmental, and social performance. In terms of the economic performance, we suggest to look into productivity, business growth, okay, all sort of numbers that we are interested in, quality, and the cost of production, so as to really allow the business in their activities, continuing doing their work. But in the environmental part of it, they require to really measure the CO2 emission. Okay, how much energy being consumed. Okay, what sort of resource efficiency they are achieving. And alongside the social part, okay, how much job they have created, what sort of contribution they have made in terms of the well-being of the people. So these are the different aspects needs to be really modeled. And if we look into the upstream of the construct that we require to really work on, that should go across the value chain of the, if it is food, definitely food, any industry, any type of economic activity we are talking about, the value chain should be identified like, design, procurement, production, distribution, consumption, as well as the reverse logistics. So we need to really emphasize on the reduce, reuse, recycle approach. So understanding the resource efficiency, understanding the energy efficiency within the system, waste management aspects, okay, alongside, accreditations and various training and awareness of the people. That is also very necessity, alongside various carbon offsetting activities. So if we could really model that for any system, we would be in a position to find out that where we are in terms of the circularity. So our first approach is to identify a region where and the specific supply chain and apply that model to understand the current state of circularity. And this will reveal us that where the particular supply chains is working well and where there are rooms for improvement, and which in a policy level we would be in a position to communicate to the right stakeholders. So through that, the stakeholders involved in a particular supply chain will be very much transparent, and everybody knows others' problem, and one can really come up with the solution together. And so the whole purpose of supply chain is to really getting into the uniform goal. So that's the thing we need to really bring in. As I told at the beginning, that currently the food supply chain is quite disintegrated. Transparency is lacking. So with that type of model, that sort of things could really be brought in. Now, we are trying to really help even the companies in a very individual level. As I told that we haven't really applied that in a food supply chain. We are looking into in Thailand, 3 type of supply chain. One is in the seafoods, and other is agriculture, fruits and vegetables, and the third one is in the poultry type of food. We would be modeling that and trying to really understand what construct, what sort of construct work in a supply chain. What are the causal relationship? We are applying statistical technique like structure equation modeling and all in order to understand it. Now, in terms of the individual company, how to really work with them, we have come out with a model. We have come out with a method which goes with the process re-engineering approach. As we said that circular economy is the paradigm shift. Circular economy is a philosophy. So we understand that today we require to really do a sort of transformation, not the incremental improvement in the CO2 reduction, but the transformational type of thing. And transformation needs to really rethink of it, okay, re-engineering the process. So what we suggest that while we try to really help a particular company, we not only try to really understand in a very traditional way their time, cost, quality, performance. We try to really add to that their CO2 emission. And while we would be adding that dimension, we would be able to find out the CO2 emission for their carbon footprint for their facilities, for their processes, for their product, and eco-leveling could be really possible, even the supply chain. And then we record to really set a target. How do we really make a right trade-off among the quality, time, cost, as well as carbon footprint, which is absent today. And in many industries, not only in the food. So then we try to really make the decision, okay, in the strategic level, planning level, and operational level by considering all those factors, which is quite unique. So our tool, we are trying to really use technology here in order to really understand and the carbon footprint and measuring the carbon footprint, considering all the resource, energy, then waste all together, adoption of the renewable energy and every aspect of it, and coming out with the very objectively that what is the carbon footprint of a specific company in specific functions, and then trying to really address it. And I mentioned about the entire value chain, where design, production, and all aspect of it. And even we can really find out that how a particular company is working in terms of the design, in terms of the procurement, in terms of the production, in terms of distribution, in terms of the accreditations and that sort of thing, how the things are really objectively working. We are trying to set up a dashboard within the companies in order to measure it and helping them to really work on. So awareness as well as training program is laterally working together. So that's the approach we have undertaken, and that is being tested and working very well. We are working with India also, and with the funding from Royal Academy of Engineering as well as British Council, and recently got funding from the ESRC, which is UKRI today, to work on. And a number of universities and industries are working together, and we are really happy to really work with you. I do not know that who are the stakeholders attending this meeting, but we would be definitely interested from Aston University to work with the universities in India through our Aston India Center for Applied Research, as well as we are working with many countries in Thailand, Vietnam, in Africa. So the food waste, how could we really reduce it after it is being consumed? So we can really see the statistics says that 1/3 of the food is being thrown to the landfill. Okay, and we need to really reduce that for sure. But there are recycling also. There are a number of innovation happening within the supply chain. We must promote that. A couple of days before, I was talking to industry consortium in West Bengal. I'm working with them since long, and they're quite keen to really work with us in the circular economy project, where we would be looking into only the waste part of it, and food would be included on that. So thank you very much. Perhaps I have taken a bit longer than the time you have allocated. Apology for that. But I'm with all of you. There are challenges, but there are solutions as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Day. I think what you've described, especially the research that is being done in Thailand on circular economy across poultry, seafood, and agriculture, fruits and vegetables, is very, very interesting. And I think in many ways, the development of the Thai food and agriculture sector, there are a lot of lessons for India. Thailand is obviously a large exporter as well, and they have similar consumption patterns to what we see in India. So there will be a lot of lessons that we could learn from what you pick up in Thailand, and also the model could be adapted to the Indian context. I think in India we have a very interesting circular economy working in the sugarcane sector. I know the government is working very hard to drive the agenda on economic use of crop residues, and recently obviously we've had challenges of crop stubble burning. So there is in situ incorporation and ex situ uses of crop residues. So there are a lot of solutions out there. It's not like this is rocket science. It's just that the right incentives and the processes need to be in place for people to drive and develop those green value chains, if I may use that phrase. So I'm going to stop here, and I think we have maybe 2-3 minutes before our breakout room closes. There've been a lot of messages and questions in the chat box, but if I don't think we'll get time to address all of them. I hope the organizers take note of that and respond to people. If anybody has anything burning that they would like to state or question or ask one of the panelists, happy to keep it open, recognizing that we have a couple of minutes left. Arnold, I know you had a question in the chat box. Would you like to raise that?
Well, there was a lot of talk about lack of willingness, but also actions from retailers and brand owners in the value chain. What I thought was, are there incentives like an extended producer responsibility scheme for the sector of food to create an incentive for those companies to invest in the whole value chain in order to reduce waste, but also to reduce the cost of waste and have a higher value of waste used again in the process of food production. So you can organize a lot with EPR systems in which those companies and also multinational companies have to invest in the whole value chain. And I learned that on consumer electronics there are EPR schemes in India, but for sure I think that with an EPR scheme on food, you can address a lot of sustainability issues of food loss and food waste, but also on water use, energy use at the same time.
Thanks, Arnold. I'm just going to give a couple of perspectives from the private sector experiences that I have. I know India, we have the EPR rules for e-waste, which were, I think, notified in 2016. And on the private sector, on the food side, companies like Tetra Pak, Coca-Cola, PepsiCo are working on packaging, recycling or packaging. But I don't think they're doing it from a regulatory pressure perspective. They're probably doing it from a global image, brand image perspective, that they don't want to be seen as companies that are contributing to pollution and environmental damage. But this is along with the whole idea of creating a policy for food loss and waste. This is a very important area. I know Nandita responded to you in the chat box that India would be happy to look at an EPR policy on food and beverages and see how some of those things could be evolved and adapted to the Indian context.
Yes, and the whole idea is also that you have a sort of more transparency in the whole value chain.
Yes.
If there are incentives for those companies, not only the financial incentives, but also consumer awareness and media attention, then they will come to into action.
Absolutely.
Okay.
I think we will be shortly migrating to the main session now. Thank you very much, all my panelists. It's been a very engaging conversation. I'm not summarizing everything, but there's a rapporteur who will do that. Happy to remain engaged, and thanks to CRB for hosting this. It's obviously brought out a lot of issues. And I think a lot of further work to be done. Collaboration is the way to go. I think we focus on SDG 17. We will get there sooner than later. That's my take. Thank you again, and we now wait to be ported to the main panel. Nitya, all yours.
contribute to your very important discussion. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Rebecca. That was really quick. And may I also call upon Professor Nicholas Theodore Kopoulos. He, I believe, is from the academia, full professor of entrepreneurship. And he's somebody, I guess, like, who has, who advises people, how to be an entrepreneur, and never tried himself, I guess. So maybe, Nicholas, could you introduce yourself?
Okay, thank you, Ranjiv. A very good afternoon, or maybe shall I say evening there. I'm delighted to be here with you. I very much value the work of the center and what you do. It's fantastic, and that's what is needed. More work in that everywhere. I'm aware I have only 1 minute, so yes, I'm a professor of entrepreneurship development. I do different things. A good part of my work, or shall I say the one that I'm most passionate about, is inclusive procurement. Different aspects of that, including female entrepreneurship, female-owned businesses, women-owned businesses. So in that capacity, I will be speaking today.
That's fantastic, Nicholas. Thank you so much. And may I call upon Mr. Kinjal Shah, the Regional Director, India, Middle East Responsible Jewelry Council, to introduce yourself.
Yeah, thanks, Ranjit. Thanks, Divya.
Could you
Thanks,
switch on your video,
CRB,
please?
for
Yeah,
inviting me.
yeah,
Can you hear
go
me?
ahead. Yeah, sure.
Yeah. For inviting me in really this one of the crucial subject. I have been associated with gems and jewelry industry probably now more than 2 decades, and in specific with the Responsible Jewelry Council last 6 years. And as we have been hearing, sustainability is must, and there is a lot to do in India on this front. Irrespective of any industry, since we really, I can bring more perspective from the gems and jewelry industry, since Responsible Jewelry Council is more applicable to gold, diamond, platinum metal, silver, and color gemstones. So, and from mines to retail. However, I can say sustainability is really essential for all industry. I am based in Surat, and Ranjiv, you can understand, how important Surat is as far as textile is concerned. So I'm going to looking for very, very interesting conversation, and thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Kinjal. And I definitely agree when you talk about supply chain. I think every single supply chain, the major issues are similar. But I'll come back to that's an interesting question to talk about. Now, may I call upon Mr. Alok Khambat, General Manager, Internal Audit, Compliance and Risk Management at Jewellex India Private Limited. Could you please introduce yourself? I believe, you must be having a break from your biking expeditions, but still, it'd be interesting to hear your perspective.
Yeah, thank you, Ranjiv, and thank you, Devyani and CRB for having me here. It's a pleasure and my honor to be a part of this forum. Well, I am, as Ranjiv has already introduced, working for the Jewellex Group and responsible for the compliance and internal audit globally, and also on the board of RGC for the last 3 years. So that's my professional background.
Thank you so much. And then, of course, we have somebody from the multi-stakeholder organizations. We have quite a few, but let me call upon Ms. Subhadra Gupta, Regional Manager, Fair Labor Association, to come over and introduce herself.
Hi, Ranjiv. Nice to see you. Hi, everyone. So this is Subhadra, and I work for the FLA. And I take care of South Asia and Southeast Asia. And I'm looking forward to hear all of you and share my experience. Thank you.
Thank you, Subhadra. And then we have people who hold it all together, from a platform perspective. So we have Vishal Londe. He's the head of India office, SEDEX. So Vishal, could we have a quick introduction from yourself?
Thank you, Najib, and good to see you all as well.
Good morning, afternoon, and evening, everyone. Just so briefly, I've got a minute probably. So myself, you're already introduced. So SEDEX, we are a membership sort of based organization, and in India, I look after mainly the subcontinent region for SEDEX. Again, what Ranjit mentioned is putting all together. That's what we look at from the platform side. So looking forward to actually discussion. And again, one more time, I would like to say thank you, Divyani and Ranjit, both of you, for inviting me as well.
Thanks. Vishal. We'll hear a lot about the later period of the discussions. So then from platforms, obviously another platform where everybody brings everybody together, and then something that talks about continuous improvement, and somebody who is a British, a Dutch, and an overseas citizen of India. So here we have Holly Menzies, Senior Manager Communications and Stakeholder Engagement, Social and Labor Convergence. I said it's SLCP, but yeah, Holly, could you come and introduce yourself?
Yeah, sure. Thank you. Thank you so much for the introduction, and thanks for having me here today. It's a real honor to be here with such esteemed colleagues from so many different important organizations. So I'm really honored that our small, humble initiative is represented here. SLCP is a multi-stakeholder initiative, and we have a very specific scope, which is to try and reduce audit fatigue in the apparel and footwear industry by implementing a single assessment tool. So yeah, our focus is very limited, but we believe we're playing a kind of important role as part of a much bigger jigsaw puzzle of improving working conditions in supply chains.
Absolutely, Holly. I think I really look forward to this very interesting discussions, because we'll have different perspectives, right? From one hand, understanding why monitoring is important, at the same time why continuous improvement is important, and then how do we bring it all together. But of course, later more on it. So now, Rebecca, my first question to you, could you maybe touch upon the SDGs and inclusive leadership and the issue of missing employee in the sustainability discourse? Because we do talk about it, and I think everybody talks about it, and then the final beneficiaries are the workers. But at times, we do not see them. Maybe there are voices, there are organizations who represent them, but somehow we do not see them in the whole discourse. So could you maybe put in some more light on that aspect?
Thank you, Ranjit. This is a very important question, but very provocative question as well. At first, let me share my personal experience, personal story. To be honest, till the end of February this year, I was in America, San Francisco, for my research. So let me try to link at the current stage of COVID. So at the time, till February, many people in the world, they thought COVID is Asian story, right? So when I've decided to come back to Japan, and then my dear American friends, they prepared a small gift. Do you know what is this? This is face mask and the hand sanitizer, because you will come back to Asia, the area of COVID, so you should be careful. So they prepared this one for me, but exactly after my coming back from America to Japan, we could observe this is the real story of globalization, interconnected world. So we could observe a lot of limit, as Rigid mentioned, a lot of gaps of leadership here and there. That's why at this moment, it's really difficult to handle. No strong voice to tackle these global issues. That's why I was wondering, so why, if then how we can tackle? So from my research, I try to find the revisit of the inclusive leadership, because before COVID, we did discuss a lot inclusive leadership in relation to sustainability and even SDGs in global value chain arena, but everything has been disappeared in COVID. So if the how we can bring the new inclusive leadership phenomena. So I would like to suggest you read the 3 futures. The first one is fidelity. Unlike the previous leadership, we can see a lot of gaps of political leadership at this moment, right? Because of my country is the first to last, is not survivor for the country itself and for the global society itself. So we have to see the real connection and the real collaboration, as Rizid mentioned, but let me try to rearrange this word as inclusive leadership. So the first one is fidelity, leadership read fidelity, read ethics, and then data-driven leadership means many leaders, as you may observe, they manipulate the data and they manipulate the people's interests according to their political interest. But what I would like to suggest the business leaders here, you can see it in a different way for the people with fidelity. And the second one is innovation. Again, innovation before COVID, you have a lot of discussion. However, innovation after COVID, we have to think about reflectivity and then listening leadership, how they can listen to. I think one of the keynote speaker mentioned about this. Instead of charismatic leadership, how leaders, they can listen to the people and how they can listen to the victims, especially in this COVID era, the most important storyline is people. And then in terms of us employees. So listening leadership, and then when I've discussed about this inclusive leadership phenomena in this trying times, of course, calmness of leadership instead of anger and then instead of aggressiveness. Because if the leader is not calm, is not healthy in this trying time, the follower, people also they are in trouble. They cannot trust their CEO or their boss. So calmness of leadership is one of the Can I share in Japan? Actually, remote work is not working well in Japan because of Japanese traditional culture. We have to show up. But when I've discussed with my Indian student here in Japan, teacher in India, we don't care. As long as we work, show up culture is not exist in India. Is it true? So a lot of different phenomena and organizational culture, which is very difficult to change. So decent work in this trying time in Japan is quite different decent work in this trying time in India, in Myanmar, in Indonesia. That's what I'm trying to listen to and what I'm trying to learn from you. So finally is human-centered leadership. Business discussion or business discussion with the stakeholder, whether shareholder capitalism or stakeholder capitalism, is not the big debate anymore. You can see the revisiting capitalism discussion in this trying times. So how the capitalism and then especially business can be the initiative institution for purpose beyond the money making. This is another key issue in relation to inclusive leadership. That's why I would like to suggest you in
earlier within the company, there are a lot of discussions, I mean, post-COVID about why diversity and inclusion is so important, and and not only within the company, but also like, how a company, does business, for example, how it treats their customers. In fact, that's why in our company, what we have said is that, we're going to be talking about as inclusivity and diversity, because diversity is something which is there, and a lot of places you see it's normalized. But when you talk about inclusivity, I think it's very important that it is very, very standardized, and that needs to be seen. And of course, I agree that, vitality, innovation, and trust, which is really, really are the cornerstones. So talking about inclusivity, I would like to ask Professor Nicholas. He has done a lot of work with the women, specifically their businesses, entrepreneurship. So my question to you, Nicholas, is how are MNCs contributing to women empowerment in their value chains, and how does it benefit the MNCs? And then of course there are a lot of statistics you see, and then women are not actually really represented. So could you just elaborate on that, and of course also dwell upon the challenges in pursuing the SDG 5 and where the future actions are headed.
Okay, I will try to address the points that you raised there, and all these are very good questions. The question is how much time we have. So I will try and be concise, but well, it's worth saying that India will reach in the coming decade approximately 1 billion people in working age, around that. Now that's combined with an increasing educated population. That's a great mix. The thing is, unfortunately, the private sector, large firms, and the public sector together cannot generate enough jobs, it seems like. And so female entrepreneurship here is a crucial lever. And not only it boosts the economy through innovation and job creation, but it has a transformational impact, social and personal outcomes for women. So today, India has between 13.5 and 13.7 million women-owned businesses. That's around 20% of the total stock of businesses. That's good, but the problem is that an awful lot of them are single-person businesses. That means that they employ around 22 to 27 million people. And of course, when you look at this 20% in comparison with other countries, is low. Of course, there are variations in India within different states, and one should be looking at the ones that do better in that regard and use them as benchmarks. So we should be looking at Indian states and other countries which perform better in terms of women business participation. So more women-owned businesses we need, but not only more, but also better. And when I say better, means those that employ people, the more the better. And also they offer what we call quality of employment. Quality of employment. And one cannot stress this enough. So the problem here is that we have, and that's not a problem for India per se, every country faces this. Every country has these kinds of obstacles for women. So lack of access to finance, for one, a big one, that impacts everyone, but especially women. Exclusion from networks, both formal and informal ones, it's a perennial issue. And then we have what we call inhibiting cultural constraints, big ones, in different ways. And that includes denial of social permission to work and enterprise, lack of family support, and strong biases. And of course, the more masculine a country is, the more pronounced these obstacles become. So what's needed here? There are different things we can do. We all agree, everybody agrees that it's not one thing. There's no silver bullet, but rather you need a coordinated action, or at least a joined up action from different stakeholders in the entrepreneurial ecosystem. But there are certain things you can do which can work as levers. And that's what I want to, this is basically the area of research that I've been undertaking for more than 15 years now. I'm focusing in one of these levers, and that's about inclusive procurement. So what role can inclusive procurement play, if you like, in empowering this kind of businesses? How can we level the playing field for the high impact employment creating female entrepreneurs, women-owned businesses? And it seems like, well, there is an awful lot of work that has been done in the US and some work in the UK. I've been doing this kind of work in the UK, as I said, for at least 15 years. There are certain commonalities and certain differences, of course, because countries have different institutional frameworks, and that's something we need to bear in mind. So a multinational will behave differently in terms of inclusive procurement in general, and female sensitive procurement as well, gender sensitive procurement as well in this case. And there are different things in this institutional framework, but let me be clear what I mean by this. Basically 3 things. One is rules and regulation. Second is industry norms, what norms prevail in an industry, if you like, and in a function as well, like in procurement in this case. And the third is the culture that prevails in a place. So all these three things together combine to create a favorable environment or unfavorable environment for inclusive procurement, gender sensitive procurement in this case. So there are differences. For instance, when we compare US and the UK, we find that, you know, in the UK, a multinational may not face the same necessities that it does. The pressure, if you like, to engage with the inclusive procurement is not the same. Why is that? Because the US is coming from a very different background. So, you know, they've been trying to level the play field for what we call diverse businesses over a long period of time or longer. They have their own issues there. In the UK, it's different. Until recently, it was under, still is, under European law, which prohibits, if you like, what we call positive discrimination. And so there are different levers there to do that. But regardless of that, it will be interesting what we will find in India because the research is underway. But what we found so far is that regardless of which country we're talking about, is that there we have 8 principles that the companies that are serious about inclusive procurement, gender sensitive procurement as well, as it's the case here, they do 8 things well, or they're trying to do 8 things well. So this is, the first one is linking inclusive procurement with strategic priorities, they set clear objectives, and show senior management support. It's an absolute must. Second, they review the procurement policies and practices they have in place, and the aim here is to reduce access barriers. So a good part of this is about streamlining the application and contracting processes they have there, and establishing the right criteria and giving feedback to women-owned business, say. They limit the contract sizes where they can. They educate procurement officers and other stakeholders in the business that impact the procurement function. And the aim here is to deal with bias, try to eliminate bias. I'm saying try because obviously, you know, you cannot remove that entirely. They engage with associations of women businesses or intermediaries of those, and they participate in the delivery of programs for capacity building. Some of them, the more engaging ones, they have their own programs. They reach out and make opportunities visible to diverse suppliers, women-owned businesses. They involve, importantly, they involve first and second tier suppliers in their efforts. And then finally, they monitor the results of their efforts. They take stock of diversity in their supplier base. The point that you made earlier about, you know, diversity, yes, you know, it can be diverse, not by design, but actually what you want is to have an inclusive supplier base, and you have to monitor that. and they assess progress. Now, taking action or not depends very much on the institutional framework. So, for instance, in the UK, you cannot set quotas about businesses that, you know, I aim to have 30% of my suppliers female-owned business. You just cannot do that. What you can do is how well you do against others, say, and just use it as a yardstick. As I said earlier, the motivations, obstacles, and incentives for abiding to these principles, the 8 principles I mentioned, and I'm finishing, may differ from country to country for multinationals, but the extent to which they engage with these 8 principles defines, if you like, how serious they are about inclusive procurement. So what's the incentive for the multinational beyond the high moral ground? So for multinationals and any large organization for that matter, engaging with gender-sensitive procurement gives them access to knowledge of local markets and type of consumers, access to innovative businesses, which they will go beyond the call of duty in order to secure and keep the custom of the multinational. Now, depending on government procurement regulations, and the government has clearly a role to play here, we see, for instance, in other countries that the government is a very, very powerful driver and what public procurement states. So that may even facilitate access to public sector contracts for the multinationals. And by engaging with gender-sensitive procurement, multinationals and large firms in general, they saw that they really are a force for good, a catalyst for socioeconomic transformation, and they do that in a very powerful way, in a very profound way. And that in turn enhances tremendously the positive reputation they have both inside the organization. It has ripple effects inside the organization as well, but also importantly outside the organization. And so beyond taking the high moral ground here, I sense there is a very strong case, a very strong business case here.
Thank you so much, Nicholas. I think you made a very fair point here, specifically, like, you know, when you talk about inclusive procurement and like, you know, supporting women. And in fact, there are a lot of statistics, like, you know, how when you employ more women or if you increase the number of women workforce, there's a significant contribution to the GDP of a country. And also, I think you also mentioned about rules and regulations. And I think government does play an important role. But at the same time, I think private sector entities also, like, you know, and also multi-stakeholder associations have a very important role to play. So that's why, like, you know, I think it would be interesting to understand from Kinjal, you know, from a responsible jewelry council perspective, that, you know, how RJC is supporting the discourse on gender equality and decent work. And of course, obviously, like, you know, internationally, there has been, like, you know, Nicholas was also saying that, you know, there has been a lot of work that has actually gone into, but from an Indian perspective, like, you know, the domestic companies, how do you think, what are the challenges for the Indian companies to actually understand and adopt these principles? Over to you, Kinjal.
Thank you. Very, very interesting questions. I would just like to give you a brief on what, you know, RJC do and how we do it. I'm really glad that we have one of our elected directors from India also sitting on a panel, Alok, who he will also bring into more, you know, prospect what RJC is doing and what in particular gems and jewelry industry companies have been doing. But let me just give you a brief on, see, Responsible Jewelry Council has established a range of approaches to promote and advance women empowerment and decent work and economic growth with the members and industry stakeholders. So when we are leading the way, making implementation of our code of practices to our members, you know, where gender and decent work and economic growth is fully integrated. So our entire standards, it's full of focus on and all 17 SDGs. I'm not talking about all 17s, but since we are speaking only on you know, main SDG 5 and SDG 8, I'll just elaborate on what we have been doing on SDG 5 and 8. So SDG 5, gender equality, I must say the entire jewelry industry has in particular a very, very strong case for supporting women's empowerment. You know why? Because women drives demands for more than 90% of world's jewelry. So it is obvious that we have to give something back to the same community, women's. And the growing cautious consumers movement, which is demanding for a transparency. And if the companies become more transparent, which we are allowing them to become more transparent, in our code of practices, we have some compulsion of reporting on a annual basis, wherein companies need to report irrespective of their sizes. If there are big companies, they have some compulsion of reporting on what they are doing on all different fronts. And SDG 5 is really very important. Secondly, by starting to measure impact and data. So what we are doing is we have actually established and launched a SDG task force. It's an international task force, and people can join, and people have been joining in this task force. And SDG 5 number of webinars in terms of SDG 5, in particular on SDG 5. And I must say that when we are talking in India, there are different of people. 5% of people only knows about SDGs. Okay, so when we are talking about SDG, we have to ensure in our communication that how we make sure more awareness comes to rest of the 95% people. And that's what we have been trying to develop as a part of RJC. See, most importantly, we will be continue to accelerate the partnership with, and that partnership is going to be our mantra. What we are doing right now, we have our partnership with trade association members, where it is World Gold Council, where it is DMCC, where it is OECD, or many more across the globe. And our mantra is going to be education and knowledge. So that's what we have been doing. And even in our standards, when implementation comes in, what we communicate to the companies is that how one company can focus on gender equality. That's really very important. When people just think about the compliance, it's not going to happen. Every company need to just think beyond the compliance, because when you have to comply with something, you do it and it's done. But when you think beyond the compliance, how you can think beyond the compliance? Companies need to really enable to bring into other important stakeholders like NGOs and business partners, and advocate their learning experience to their business partners. All this can help building, strengthening the transformative partnership. And that's what we have been really pushing, even in India, which I'm sure Alok, and there are a lot of other companies which I can name you, they have been doing in India. We believe that no matter where you sit in the supply chain, because the entire jewelry supply chain is very huge, where either you are minor or you are retailer, and in between, in specific in India, is mid supply chain people. So even if you are a small trader or large diamond or jewelry manufacturing company, you always can do something, and every company is accountable, and everyone can do at least something to promote gender equality. So there are a number of things which we have integrated in our code of practices. And I can say there are a number of companies, members, those who have female specific, women specific factories, and which is really a great example of how people are promoting, companies are promoting gender in workforce. talking about SDG 8, decent work and economic growth, RJC is right at the point. I must say, RJC has created such a socio-economic benefit for the jewelry industry. The other day, when I was in CII conference a couple of days back, and I was hearing Mr. Piyush Goyal, about honorable minister, and he said this data, which was really surprising and amazing to me, that jewelry industry has a huge stake in Indian economy. 7% of GDP contributes by jewelry industry, and approximate 13 to 15% of Indian exports revenue comes from jewelry industry. So this data really makes jewelry industry very, very important. And I must say that in last half a decade, the way RJC has increased and collaborated with important major stakeholders. In today's time, if you see, most of the major brands, those who are sourcing from India, whether it is diamonds or jewelry, they require RJC standards to be implemented compulsory, or maybe any other social sustainability standards, because RJC is not allowing lab-grown companies to join RJC. So there are other standards also in place where companies need to implement the other social sustainability standards. But so it is directly connected to the commercial advantage, and economic growth is definitely really phenomenal. Our standards are meticulously integrated with decent work and environment for workers. I can say that very clearly, and I'm sure that Alok can echo that. Since 2009, since the time we have started published RJC standards, the growth and ratio of RJC's members' work practices have been phenomenally, improved. So I would like to touch base, a lot of other examples later on. And thank you very much.
Thank you so much. In fact, you must have noticed suddenly I went dark and there was a, power failure. It was, but sorry, I actually missed a little bit of your conversation, but I'm sure the audience enjoyed it. So obviously we have the reporter here, so who can actually fill in. So actually what I actually got from you, and since you already set the context about the RJC and its work, specifically you gave a lot of focus on transparency and the set the context. I'll call upon Alok to actually build upon from a I think manufacturer's perspective, why does empowerment matter to you, your organization, and then how does your firm support gender empowerment? And then more or less, I think because people have talked about the benefits of gender equality, and have you seen any visible benefits about focusing on that aspect and supporting inclusion from that perspective?
Thank you, Ranjit. So basically, as Julex, we have been always focusing on equal opportunity as an employer, and strongly believe in diversity and inclusion principle. So for us, gender empowerment is extremely crucial because number one is that it allows us to explore the real potential irrespective of the gender, basically. So across the board, like from at all levels, we never have, mostly other than some hazardous areas, we always, all the positions are open for any gender, basically. So the focus is more on the potential rather than any, anything on the gender, basically. So it also helps us address the challenges, because having females across, like even at the decision making level. For example, in our organization, like the CFO, the head of product development, the head of finance, of course, the CFO, and even sales and marketing for India and Middle East. So many females are there. So not only at the workman level, but across department heads and across all levels, basically. And almost for say almost 50% of our workforce, which is around approximately 2,000 people working only for the jewelry division. So we have a diamond division as well as a jewelry division. So the diamond manufacturing division also has a separate department where the diamond cutting is done by females. And as far as the jewelry division is concerned, we have almost 50%, which is female workforce across all levels. So we feel that, yeah, I mean, there was a notion that females cannot work in every position. But well, for our company, we have been doing this for many years, and I feel everywhere we feel there are various benefits also. Number one is that not that I'm saying that the sincerity is less in men, but yeah, certainly, certainly the focus, the sincerity, everything is equally good, and in fact more at times in females. They concentration, and as far as jewelry, they understand jewelry, and you need delicate hands to do certain jobs in jewelry manufacturing. So everywhere, I think this has been always a benefit for us.
Yeah. So in fact, you mentioned very interesting two words, sincerity and delicate hands. Obviously, like, um, that's the same norm being used by different people when they use other form of labor. But obviously, I'm not going to dwell too much into it, because I think the discussion should be more from a inclusion perspective. So
Right.
maybe, and then SDG 5 obviously is about female empowerment. So maybe
Right.
some amount of affirmative action is important. But my question is also, like, because in the earlier statement, Mr. Kinjal mentioned about monitoring.
Yeah.
So I think monitoring and evaluation and capacity building actually plays a very important role, specifically where you talk about beyond audits. So it's capacity building and ownership. But
Right.
I wanted to talk to you about the monitoring part. I mean, the roles international brands play. I'm sure you're exporting also. So
Right.
what do you think, what kind of role international brands can play? And the audits, I mean, do you have any thoughts on the audits part? I mean, you happy with the multiplicity of the audits, or any challenges from their perspective?
Yeah, yeah. One big challenge that we have as one of the major exporters from India, we are catering to major retailers across the globe. So now each has their own audits. Sometimes some would want us to follow some particular standard. So actually, RGC came into existence with that reason, basically, so that the whole industry follows one standard and everyone accepts that as a standard. So but of course RJC has been able to I mean most of the members now like big retailers have become members of RJC, and they accept RJC's certification as the audit. So a lot of audits have reduced, but still there are many customers who have their own audits. So this is kind of repetitions. A company going through the same thing again and again. A lot of audits, same units, and multiple audits. So this is something I think we all need to focus on, to reduce the number of audits and instead focus on what we want to achieve. That was one. And secondly, about the monitoring part, yeah, of course, how major brands can contribute to SDGs. So there are many retailers who have made it kind of mandatory to follow a particular standard, just like Kinjal had mentioned. So many retailers, come under a compulsion of getting audited under a certain standard. So of course, they may realize after, once it is a compulsion, but they may realize it's for their own benefit. And now it's not, an option. It's kind of a necessity to follow a particular standard, because whether it is human rights, whether it is environment, the consumer also demands these nowadays. It's not just the product that is manufactured,
Right. Sorry.
facility which follows all these kind of norms and has done a lot of work in these areas, whether it's environment or human rights or inclusion and all this. A consumer will certainly give more points to that and would prefer buying from those facilities. And similarly the retail chains. So it depends on how the retailers take it forward, like where are they
Yeah, I
sourcing from.
agree. I think it's the retailers and also I think the suppliers, because end of the day, the manufacturers and retailers, they need to come to an agreement. And
Correct.
also more so, I think the day we will see more ownership from the suppliers perspective also. I think
Certainly.
can take the next leap. So talking about that, I think we did talk about how international brands can actually play a role. So there are two interesting points here. One is of course the role played by international brands, and the second is of course the issue of audits. So which we will be tackling, of course, when we speak to SEDEX and SLCP. But I would like to call upon Subhadra to answer this question about when we talk about multiplicity of audits and also initiatives. When you talk about capacity building beyond monitoring, what do you think multi-stakeholder organizations have, what kind of role MSIs can play, and how have collaborations between brands and suppliers helped in promoting decent work, and could you also talk about your biggest wins, and are there any scope for improvement? I mean, I mean, because FLA has also membership between agriculture as well as textiles, and so could you, and then of course, could you also reflect upon the sectoral differences?
Right.
Because we are talking about jewelry as well as textiles here. I'm from textiles, so of course, I can relate to textiles, but of course, I was also associated with the jewelry. But yeah, I mean, from your perspective, from an MSI perspective, what do you think?
Thanks, Ranjeev. And I'm not going to take much time. I know it's pretty late in India, so very short. And I'm going to just focus on three areas, like why, decent work and, collaboration is important, And before that, second is, our interventions, where we have seen collaborations and engaging between brands and suppliers have helped, in addressing different areas of, aspects of, workers' rights. And the third would be, few recommendations. So quickly, FLA, as you I know most of you know, but it's a multi-stakeholder organization. And we're based in the DC. We are, and I take care of the South Asia and the Southeast Asia program. And as Ranjeev said, we are not only in the textile, we are in the agriculture sector very much. And we also engage with brands and suppliers in the leather sector too. We've also had very, very positive experience in the leather, one of the leather projects in Agra. So quickly, I mean, as we know that, SDG 8 cannot be really seen. Decent work, promoting sustained and inclusive and sustainable economic growth, resulting into productive employment, and decent work cannot just happen in silos. So it has to be connected to, SDG 17, which is so much about stakeholder engagement. And I think, SDG to, put it in a framework, I think it is so important because it's a stimulus where we really look into a sustainability aspect of industry, so I think for that matter in any sector, so, and we know that, if we refer to the 2018 PSR report, more than one welcoming thing that I must share with you, because we are an MSI, we are working very closely with brands, and we are also, we are with 55 companies with more than 80 brands, and we are also working very much with suppliers also in some regions, with 13 participating suppliers in 20 countries. So the welcoming thing is, the research really showed that more than 70% business leaders are using SDGs, which is a strategic plan, which they're using and thinking it's a very important plan, which is pretty welcoming. At the same time, I also believe that, because of COVID-19 and because of the situation that the entire world has faced in the last, 9 months, I think it's and what is promoting decent work. It's looking into every aspect of workers' rights and labor rights. So it would definitely include wages, reducing inequalities, promoting safe and secure working conditions. At the same time, specifically if we look into India, we also have laws. I mean, Ranjiv, you'll be aware that in the last year, Karnataka also passed a law which is which is allowing women for the night shifts. Now, we had previously, some of you were talking about, business and women's role. So, when we have legal aspect is also really important, which we have to keep in mind. So we are having these laws which are in some aspect looked as very progressive, but at the same time, it's also regressive, because we want to have more women force, but are we really allowing them a safe environment to work? Now, we need to really look into this entire aspect in a very, very holistic, approach. So it's just not one, area of, having a law or having a, developed thought, but it's also looking into a very holistic aspect of are we really sure of having a secured environment for women workforce? So I think, keeping this in mind, I'm going to quickly share with you that, how we have kind of trying to engage with, suppliers in some of the projects that we did, in the leather and also in the apparel and also in the agriculture. In all these areas, we have seen that, the engagement with, FL has always played a technical role, of facilitating, but the brands and suppliers, when they have come together, we've always seen the results have been really, really very, very, effective. And for an example, we did this project in Tirupur in the apparel with the Dutch, with 4 Dutch companies. This was the sustainable agreement, project, the German sustainable project, which is called the AGT project. And in this project, I remember a couple of years back, the focus was on supply chain mapping, and the supply chain management. And it was so interesting to see that, when we were engaging with the suppliers who were not only the suppliers sourcing to this 4 Dutch companies, but also beyond, beyond these companies. So there were different suppliers that, we were visiting, we were talking to. It was interesting that in many aspects, we know, I mean, Ranjit, who will know this better than you. I mean, Tirupur, we think that it's the hub of, the textile sector, and we expect that factories will be having a lot of ideas about engagement, about supply chain mapping. But when we went and visited these cluster of factories, which were not a supplier of this particular brands, but they were so open to learn, they were so open to know, they did not really know about, so many aspects, whether it was, supply chain management, how to map. So, we did training and capacity building, as you rightly asked me. So we did this series of, supply chain mapping training with the suppliers. And it was interesting to see how they were engaged and how they had shown interest, and everybody came together to kind of, start looking into, at least start dialoguing. So I think, supply chain map training, social dialogue is another very important aspect. And of course, we also, tried to look into root cause analysis also with how to improve the CSR, implementation and the CSR strategy, which is already existing in the industry. So, there were affiliate developed tools and guidance materials in, and and these tools and guidance materials were also slowly presented and explained to suppliers how could they use, and these are very friendly tools and and materials. And then we also, the objective was, and which we saw also later was, it actually impacted productivity. So motivation and productivity among motivation was much higher among workers, productivity was impacted, and factories ultimately benefited. and worker turnover was much low, and quality production, and of course, ultimately a good reputation. So I think, this experience was one very good example to really observe that when we work closely with suppliers together, brands and suppliers together, and looking into, and it is an honest dialogue. It is not like and it's not expected that things will always be in place. But when we work, when we have open dialogues together, I think that is where it is important. We also did something called the risk assessment, where brands and suppliers jointly developed an action plan, which was to gain better visibility of the working conditions and of the upstream supply chain. So I think it's also important to come together and learn, be open to learn. And one more, we had similar experiences also in the agriculture field. And in agriculture field, I'll tell you, it's a little different, as you rightly asked, that what are the sectorial difference. Agriculture is a completely different ballgame. And when we work with our brands in the ag sector, it is the suppliers would be the growers, the farmers. So we are interestingly, we did a minimum wage project a couple of years back with one of the big seed companies, and the company, FLA, and of course 2 local CSOs came together, and we were working together on this project, where it was again a very interesting way to look into different series of trainings to farmers and growers, and then looking at and also engaging with the government. I think we were very successful in having a very strong stakeholder engagement with the local government, and they gave a lot of support when it came to creating awareness on minimum wages. So I think another aspect, quickly I'll finish, is one mechanism that in FLA we have, where we work very there of third-party mechanism. And this is a 360-degree approach, where we engage with the factory directly. FL engages with the factory, with the brands, with the union, or with the NGO who is working closely with this particular issue, whether in that particular factory. And we work together to see that the remediation is planned, there is an investigation done, what are the causes, what are the areas where we need intervention. So I think quickly, these are our experience and our platforms that we have seen that it has worked really, really positive, and I think a lot needs to be done. Few recommendation would of course related to the SDG 8 would be implementing the national action plan. That's, I think, somewhere where we really need to kind of be very alert.
So
and
NAP on human rights, that's what you're saying?
Yes.
Yeah,
So
absolutely.
exploring new inclusive economic growth and expanding stakeholder engagement. Now, as an MSI, our role is to engage more with stakeholders. And I think,
True.
when it comes to anything, whether it's equal wages or gender-based approaches, it's so important. There are amazing organizations working on gender, and we really have to engage to have our learnings in place. Otherwise, it's going to be repetition of projects. So unless we really, look into new approaches, and we look into new CSO engagement or stakeholder engagement, it's going to be a very, very humongous task. So, and of course,
Right.
government's role is important, to improve the social protection and the social security. That's again a very big task, and we are all in a threshold of too many things right now, whether it's the farmers bill or it is the wage codes. But of course, I mean, we cannot absolutely
Absolutely,
yes,
Subhadra.
yes.
Yeah,
And we cannot deny the
completely
ILO conventions. I mean, whether it is ILO
Right.
190 or it is any other ILO, we need to force and work towards ratifying and implementing the ILO convention. So that's it.
Yeah.
Sorry if I
Thank you
took
so
more
much,
time,
Subhadra.
Ranjeev.
It's okay. I think, this has been a very interesting and compelling discussion. So quickly, and what I hear from you is, dialogue, that's happening, and also collaboration and ownership, as you said, as I said earlier, also we discussed between suppliers, brands, and bridging that trust deficit. That's also very important.
Yes.
So from
Absolutely.
here, I think, so because we heard a lot of interesting things here, so let me quickly come to now Vishal, and then of course to after that, I'll come to SLCP. Sorry, Yeah. So Vishal, could you quickly talk about, the multiplicity of the audits? SEDEX was established because of that, to avoid it. I think we heard it from the RJC. The gentleman from the jewelry, and also we also heard it generally, like from our experience, the suppliers, they generally complain about it. So how do we actually, and then also there is another aspect of the quality of audits. I mean, because I also heard about the same thing happening, right? I mean, it's the same monitoring mechanisms happening, the same discussions happening, the same questions being asked in an audit. So what are you doing it differently from a SEDEX perspective? Quickly, Vishal, we don't have much time. Sorry about it. So maybe, within 5 minutes, if you are able to give us that
Yes,
answer.
indeed. Probably I'll try to finish quicker. But rightly said, I mean, SEDEX was actually founded by the companies. And just briefly, we are a membership organization. It's really bridging that gap between the supplier and the buying organization. So when the buyer asks, I need to see your data, when it comes to social compliance, let's say take an example of awareness, or similar way multiple buyers might ask that one, then that audit fatigue has actually over the time had just grown. Now, what SEDEX actually does is looking at, okay, as a platform providing the solution, look, on one platform, you can just share whichever audit it is, whether you have done a SMETA, which is the SEDEX members ethical trade audit, or various other ones, let's say SA 1000, or they can be shared. So this is where, but again, that over the time has really didn't kicked off. So the reasons what we see actually, companies really need that assurance from the suppliers, whichever that was, let's say published or whichever was available, the quality elements is what we have seen as in the acceptance. It hasn't really sort of kicked off. So what from a SEDEX, what we actually looked at until let's say late 2018, SMETA, again, one of the auditing methodologies quite widely used for, let's say, not specific to sector wise, but any sector or the size. Now it was freely available till that time. And what we actually started is, it started, we call audit quality program internally, as in that's now widely known, because the challenge where we were unable to track the statuses of the audit. So from November onwards, what we had looked at actually every single company or the person who is conducting SMETA will have to be registered on the SEDEX, and we call them as an affiliate audit company. And then as a second part of that one, July 2020 onwards, we started with that program, which will again continue in 2021. And that requires all the SEDEX affiliate audit companies. So any company which is affiliated, so we affiliate companies, they will need to have full APSCA, which is the Association of Professional Social Compliance Auditors, because this is where the quality will be looked at for the audits. And the other key parameter we look at is now, especially anyone who's conducting that audit, SMETA, needs to be APSCA's registered auditor. It has to be certified by APSCA. And this is where we are looking to provide the support from the quality element to trying to reduce actually that fatigue. Now, when we talk about the gender as well again here, during 2019, we started with the working group. We call it a gender working group to address the lack of gender disaggregated data in the supply chain, because again, SEDEX have a strong hold when it comes to the tools. We have members across 180 countries, 60,000 companies use, whether it's top companies or a smaller MSMEs or SMEs. Now, the challenge was collection of those data, and there wasn't really tools out there. So what we did with the gender working group, we used the BSR, which is the Business for Social Responsibility Organizations, Gender Data and Impact. And that framework, what we did is identify the essential data point, because at SEDEX, we do capture, there are various data points. When a company joins to SEDEX, they undergo through assessment we call the self-assessment question, depending on their business, whether they are service provider, labor provider, or a different type of business. Then again, that data along with details they have entered and the audit. So this framework is actually what it does is comprehensive set of indicators. They been selected now to these reports, and we call it again in terms of the data points, the audits data, the data from the site profile. So site being a company who is entering the detail. Okay, my location is in Tirupur. Since we're talking about the garments now, is in particular location. Okay, how many male, female are there? Are there permanent, let's say, agency workers? How many are there? Then that type of data, it gets into drill down more detail in the self-assessment questionnaires, which then quite detailed actually ask, let's say, around the wage, when we look at the wage as well, the minimum and maximum. So what that report is looking at, the gender data report, it pulls together all that information through in a set of dashboard, which is now companies have started using it, because that's where they can measure, report on the gender equality in the supply chain. I mean, we know, I believe around 190 million women sort of work in the global supply chains. And now tracking that, we mainly look at the absenteeisms, because for companies, it's important to understand when we look at that equality as well. And that's again, we provide that information, the data from the SEDEX point of view. So absenteeism can be captured. They look at the average length of employment, the turnover. Again, you can look at the percentage of male or female workers within your supply chain, not just you as a company. You might know that one if you have 10 units, but if you have 100 or 1,000 suppliers, tier 1, tier 2, we're talking about, you will not necessarily look at, okay, percentage of that one. So that's where these reports actually giving, and this has started, okay. And we look at, I think earlier in the discussion, we were also looking at, okay, someone did mention around the supervisor or manager levels. So these, all the indicators are embedded in the system where actually companies are looking for it. And this is where I believe we'll look at further as an enhancement, and the audit quality is certainly I see when we look at further details, that's where companies will gain a more trust on the audits, because of what we said, what I said earlier is that quality element is what SEDEX we're looking at. I think that that's the main thing companies needs to try and understand further. And that's, I believe, it can be avoided, that duplicacy element as well.
Absolutely, Vishal. I think that's a very interesting approach and the change which you have initiated as SEDEX. And then, continuing with that discussion, obviously, I'd like to come to Holly. Sorry, Holly. I mean, it has been a long day, long discussion. And so quickly, if you could also because we just got a message that, in 10 minutes, we will be ushered back to the main room. So quickly also, from a SLCP approach, could you talk about how do you reduce audit fatigue? One is, of course, that, once you have the quality of audit, like Vishal was talking about, that, you enhance it, coupled with, you have assessment systems, and also preparing a dashboard, you get a clarity of capturing the worker voice from a gender equality perspective. But continuous improvement, I mean, from that perspective, what do you think? How do you think the fatigue will reduce?
Thank you. So it's been really interesting to listen to everyone else. And I think that there's a lot of complementarity between the work of different experts and different organizations here and what we're trying to do as SLCP. And I mentioned already that our scope is very specific. So we're implementing a converged assessment framework, which is a data collection tool and a verification methodology for collecting and verifying data from factories. And we really tried to take a very kind of diverse approach to developing a tool that met the needs of everybody and that everybody can be happy with. And so really what we're trying to do is as you say, continuous improvement is kind of what counts and where the difference can be made. But at the moment, as a whole, the industry is spending a lot more of its time and energy on the auditing stage and not on what comes after the audits, and that kind of going beyond compliance that I've heard a few people talk about already. So we believe that if we can get consensus around which tool we use and how we verify to ensure that high quality data, which of course is super important, then we can just free up a lot of time and energy and headspace really for everybody to think about, okay, how do we use our time better to be more effective at creating lasting changes for the industry? And what's really important for us as well is that we aim to put facilities kind of in the driving seat of owning their data. So it's also about that kind of change in mindset to a more supplier-driven ownership and understanding of their data, so that actually it's their data and their responsibility to kind of own that data and understand it. And at the same time, the way our system has been developed, we have quite a unique technological setup where we can plug into different platforms. So we don't actually set a standard. We just do the data collection and verification. And then we can kind of plug in to different platforms where other organizations can play the role of setting a standard or taking a lead on remediation and what comes next. So we don't just want to compete in the market with other great initiatives that are already trying to do good work in this area. We want to be compatible with them and allow the flexibility for brands and retailers to take our high quality data set and to apply their own score to it or their own analysis to it. Because we know that many brands are still quite attached to their own in-house code of conduct. So we're not saying to them, you have to give that up. We're saying, use our tool and kind of feed that data into your own code of conduct. So by doing that, we really think we can kind of just free up a lot of the, kind of get rid of some of the noise around audits and be able to shift the emphasis from auditing to improvement, capacity building, remediation, everything that comes kind of after the audit stage.
Perfect. I think that was really nicely summed up in a very, very short time. Thank you so much, Ollie. And, the key words which I have actually, first of all, I'd like to thank you all for your, valuable time and your inputs. And some of the key words which I see here is inclusivity. I think that is the main word here. And then, of course, apart from that, we are also talking about bridging that trust deficit. And then last but not the least, collaboration. I mean, how do we collaborate and also bring everybody together? And last, and then a very important aspect here is the ownership part also, because any issue in the supply chain, I think it's not that, we look at monitoring, it has to be beyond monitoring and then coupled with ownership. And then of course, there should be credibility and transparency in the form of data to support that ownership. So I think, thank you so much once again, all of you, and over to Devyani, I guess.
Yeah, thank you, Ranjeev. Thank you, everyone. So, I think we have a couple of minutes. So I know there are a couple of questions. I know to Holly, there's a question on what's on the platform. So till I think we are ushered back, as you very nicely put, Ranjeev, to the main platform. Maybe Holly, there's a question, very simple, that what's the name of your platform?
Yeah, thanks. So we're called SLCP, the Social and Labour Convergence Programme. So our platform is the SLCP Gateway. I can share with you a link to it. But we also work with lots of other platforms. So we work with HIGCO, the SAC platform. We work with the Fair Factories Clearinghouse platform, also Inspectorio. And we plan to grow the number of platforms we work with in future. So we're not trying to kind of monopolize that everybody has to use our platform. We want to be a kind of intermediary between different existing platforms. From a tech perspective, it's a little bit complex, but it's that setup that makes us quite unique in what we're doing to try and bring these different platforms together. But I will share a link to our gateway.
And there's a question to Vishal, which I'm probably going to just rephrase a bit, is that, based on the data that's now being collected, how are clients learning and bringing about change with regards to inclusion.
Yes, indeed. I think just to echo an earlier point as in terms of platform, at SEDEX, this is what we actually do as well, collaboration part. So this work of gender actually data, it's part of the collaboration between various organizations, and we have seen pretty good results. I won't able to name the companies now here, but there's quite a lot of companies actually, when we look at the details of that one, again, I'm talking from the platform perspective here, the ratios and the things, and some surprising facts are coming out which were not necessarily known previously as we thought actually in particular industries. Because when we really talk about the inclusion, some people might say, okay, this particular industry is some of the data, but not necessarily company's name or the things, once the sort of more details have been added there. Thank you, Diwani.
Thank you, Vishal. That's most helpful. I did have a question for Mr. Alok, and I'm sorry if we get cut off in between, right?
The manufacturers, the retailers, how they take it forward, basically. Like I had mentioned, it's how you promote the brand. So number one is that, of course, to have more women participation, you have to have those kind of safety, that the environment in your company, in the industry. We need to focus on various things. Which makes it, which can attract female people to join your organization, the safety and all their requirements, specific requirements. So I feel, secondly, of course, how the brands take it forward, to the consumer, that how they portray that this product comes from what kind of organization, because the consumer wants to know all that. And if they have that knowledge, certainly more and more focus will come. The consumer will buy products from such the products coming out from such organization, and this will motivate all others to follow the same thing. Employing women, having good taking care of human rights, environment, all these things. So all the SDGs, focusing on all the SDGs. This is how I think this can be brought in the industry. And of course, various training institutes and all those in the industry. Like I'm talking specifically for the jewelry industry. Similarly, of course, whether it can be any industry, there should be training institutes to encourage people to get trained in those particular businesses and create more opportunities for them.
Thank you. I think that's quite helpful.
Devyani,
yes.
I would like to, bring some more points on this specific questions. That since we are discussing all about, how we can bring more, more of this focus in domestic market and in India. I must say that since my joining with RJC, I've been saying that more and more international brands have been asking all these things, all this transparency, and all this requirement is mainly from all international brands. So those who are really export oriented units or organizations, they have been doing a lot in terms of beyond compliance. And there are few companies like Jewellex and few others, those who have been doing it proactively. Whereas, I don't see the real push from the domestic brands. So as you know that even the Indian domestic jewelry consumption is huge, but all these top brands, they haven't been asking all these questions to even to their supply chain, even to their vendors. So there is a huge vacuum in what uh, domestic top brands, top 10 brands need to be asking to their vendors, or how they have to clear up their ecosystem. Alok clearly knows that what I'm discussing and what I'm talking. There are few brands have started step number one, but what we are discussing here is to achieve huge great success. And step one, number one, taking the step number one today is actually we are kind of a decade late.
Yes. Hi. Thank you. We were just about finished, and I think Kinjal also ended it on a very nice note. I think we had a last parting thought in our panel that we are a decade late on the action that needs to happen. So, with the group here, we really hope that, we keep the momentum on this conversation. And thank you so much for everyone who stayed with us. We would request just 10 minutes of your time, because we did have Dr. Buba Hosseini and Dr. Bhim Adhikari who had joined the two sessions. And we would request Buba, who had joined the session on decent work and gender equality, and Bhim, who had joined for sustainable production and consumption, to bring to the group together, what they found as learnings and insights, to close the discussion that we have today. So Buba, perhaps we can start with you.
Thank you very much, Dijani. Good evening, everyone. Good afternoon. Good morning for those of us who are on the west side of the world. No, we were in really a very interesting conversation, and I think we've been cut at the end because people still had a lot of interesting things to say. I definitely learned a lot, and we had really a very rich and diverse panel with academics and business leaders, but also industry association and policymakers. So it was really a very diverse perspective. And so I want then to apologize in advance, because I'm quite sure that I will not make justice to all what I heard. So specifically given that I only have 3-4 minutes to report on that, but I'm sure that given that everything is recorded, people who were not in that session and even those who were there will be able to listen to the full conversation later. But nevertheless, I think the conversation on the SDG 4 and 8 on gender equality and decent work really was around 2 or 3 key issues. One is on inclusivity and how you ensure inclusivity in global value chain. And there we had different point raised or issue. One is the inclusive, the need to promote inclusive leadership and what it means to, because everything also starts with the leadership and what it means to be inclusive leadership. The panelists touch on issue, for example, like fidelity, transparency, and also promoting trust between the different actors, the business leaders, the workers, the union, and so on. And another issue to ensure inclusivity is also how can you, one of the panelists was saying we need to change the way we approach gender equality. Instead of just talking about gender equality from at least the business point of view, is also how can business benefit from the full potential of their workforce. And he was saying that basically this is what they've been doing, because they know that by including more women and providing better working conditions and adopting better business practices is not only good for the women and for the society, but it's also good for their own businesses. So this is something also that was emphasized, and there were also an issue on the working condition and quality of employment. So it's not just about creating more jobs, but it's really also about improving working condition of women, specifically in different working setting, the factories, and those also working in different locations as suppliers to the brand. And I think there was one interesting idea also on the inclusive procurement. They need also to tap into that option, which is a very good one. And this involves different actors, the policymakers in terms of policy and regulation, but also the businesses on business practices, and at the association level also with, for example, industry norms, and how can we create like common standard and so on to make sure that people, suppliers and small businesses at the bottom of the chain benefit from the businesses. So the other thing also that was very much emphasized about how do you measure impact. So it's on impact management and measurement, which is key, because as long as you want to go beyond the standard, way of assessing performance of businesses, and you want to look on issue of inclusion, sustainability, and so on, we all know that you need to have an impact measurement and management framework. There are different framework used in different settings. For example, in the jewelry sector, for example, one of the panelists was saying that there are many businesses who also use the SDGs. Who set up SDGs task force and use the SDG framework really as their impact management. And in other contexts, the BSR gender equality framework also is used. And so all of this is good, but at the same time, what is raised also and came along from this conversation is that how to deal with the multiplicity of those different tools to measure impact and really come with something simple and standard. Of course, we cannot standardize everything, but at the same time, having different things also with different perspective coming from different sources can create confusion and create inefficiencies and so on. So there was also that call to really standardize things, and I think an example was given from the Responsible Jewelry Council, where there was an emphasis that this is exactly what the council was trying to do, to really develop, common way of doing things, common way of promoting inclusion and sustainabilities. And then I think from all of this also, there were also a kind of call to say there is a need to move from, standard auditing or compliance with practices and all of that to something that is more changing really the mindset and the practices, the business model more generally. So for example, how to set up dialogues and collaboration with the different actors, and also build the capacity of women and of marginalized actors in the value chain, and also to train them, share information. So that collaborative spirit to promote really common understanding of issues, common understanding of what needs to happen, but also to build trust, to build transparency. So as I said at the beginning, I think it was too many information and really interesting and insightful. I am sure that CRB and colleagues are preparing a report, and we'll have the recording for the full report. But I think for the sake of time, I will stop here. It was really a very interesting conversation, and to see also how this is not only an issue of just one part, but it's something that is important for everyone from different, hats. Thank you, Dijani.
Thank you, Buba. I think that was a big task, and you've done a very good job of capturing the different aspects. Thank you so much. Bhim, over to you.
Thanks, Debyani. Hi, everyone, and good to be with you all this morning. Early morning, by the way, early Canadian morning. I was quite nice to be, get ready by 5 a.m. So I have the same challenge like Buba. I think the panelists and everyone was so productive there, and I don't know what kind of justice I can do in terms if I try to summarize, what was discussed in this panel. So I have like a five kind of bullet points. I kind of take up message, I managed to kind of distill from that very rich conversation. So first one is about, obviously our group was on the how we go about addressing the food wastage. So the first point about the importance of this topic, I think everyone, almost every panelist, I think they were totally agree that this is a very, very important topic, particularly in India and for other developing countries as well. So the importance of the topic was kind of captured in the three different dimensions. One is at the local level, how much money we're losing actually, by wasting this food. So there's a huge loss, $1 million going every year. So there was a more like a micro level kind of issue. And we also have this more like a bigger national and global kind of angle as well. How you go about in addressing SDG, particularly SDG 12.3, which is related to the food waste and that area. So I think in order to deliver that particular agenda, I think this topic is very important as well. And the second was on the more socioeconomic and environmental and climate implication of the food wastage as well, particularly the climate change angle and the circular economy. How you go about, kind of practicing the, more circularity. So it's not only, I think, addressing this particular food wastage, but at the same time, I think addressing our carbon footprint, climate change issues, climate mitigation, and also a lot of economic kind of benefit as well in terms of local jobs, descent of those kind of things. So I think these are three major kind of elements, I think, in terms of importance, I think the panelists highlighted. And second was on the more on the research and capacity side, because again and again, what I hear that, we need more data. Right now, I think we don't know what scale we are talking about. And without knowing that scale, it will be very hard to target the very targeted policy intervention around it. So I think the issue of data and how you go about that. So that is a one, I think, very important conversation we had in that group. And something like a last group also, tools, standard and certification was very important. I think this is the emerging area. I think a lot of is happening, but at the same time, we need more because some of the things are very context specific as well. So how we can go about tracking the progress, how that tools looks like. So that was, I think, the other dimension of our discussion. And the one particular point I like this hotspot kind of idea. Where are the area I think the food wastage are happening the most? So it's almost like, I work on the climate change kind of side. So we are also trying to, identify, what are the climate hotspots, where we can really target in order to maximize optimize our intervention there. So that particular idea, I really like it. So where I think the area, I think the particular spots, the food are wasted. So if we can have, I think, that kind of idea, and we can really come up with the very specific kind of intervention there. And finally, was on the awareness and advocacy and the activism as well. I think that's obviously very important for everything, not only, I think, this particular topic. So that's something I think the research and capacity side can handle as well. And the third, I think, discussion was around the best practices, because we have a very esteemed panelist. I think they tried to bring, a very good example, how you go about, bringing those best practices and how we can really scale them up, so that I think we can create impact at scale. So the first point was around the idea around the public procurement. I think Abuba already highlighted that as well. How you go about greening the public kind of procurement process. So right now, if you look at the data and global data, I think almost like a 13 to 20% of the GDP, is basically related to the. I'm talking about the global GDP related to the public procurement. So we have enough room there, a lot of room there for us actually to really minimize our carbon footprint, and how we go about greening the the whole procurement process. So that is the one. And the second one also, the obviously the branding and the quality standard, I think, came out very strongly in our discussion as well. And how you go about, kind of incentivizing the private sector, also kind of, making the consumer awareness around the, which are the best product. So that was the kind of other point around our discussion. And yeah, and there are a couple of examples, a particular example about, the company doing, in terms of right kind of fertilizer, seed, right kind of seed, to minimize, that kind of the waste, it depends, point of the supply chain system. One also other example I like, during this pandemic, one more innovative kind of idea, how the company are delivering the food at home. So that kind of also, addressing, some of those food wastage kind of problem there as well. So I think there's a lot of discussion around the innovation as well, how you innovate actually. Yeah, in addition to, some of those business as usual kind of thing, I think we need to be more innovative as well. And my fourth point around, there was a discussion around the multinational company. The way I think they operate in the more advanced economies, and whether or not they're also kind of following the same procedure or the same, rules of the game when they're operating in the low income countries as well. So I think the discussion there, okay, I think they are moving to that direction, obviously, but there is still need more to be done. And also it's not only CSR, the very traditional corporate social responsibility kind of idea, but I think there's a strong business case for them actually to act, very effectively. It's not only philanthropy or charity kind of concept anymore, because many climate change agenda, it sits top at the CEO level now. That's kind of emerging trend. That's something I think we hear, but at the same time, I think in the context of low, income countries where they are operating, I think there is still room for us to improve. And the final one was around, the approach, like a kind of policy or how you go about that. So there is a lot of emphasis on the collaboration and partnership because there are many actors involved. So how you go about, bringing, all these stakeholders together, to, tackle this very big kind of global problem. So from the, from the more like advanced economic kind of side, the food wastage will happen at the consumption kind of stage. But I think for the low income community, it's basically, different stage of the supply chain. So how do you go about that? And there was an example of India, like street vendors, more like 90%, I think the vegetable fruits are sold in the street, not in the supermarket. So they are very important stakeholder for us. So how you go about really, bringing them on board, and how you can address, some of those particular problem, I think they're facing. And there are also country example of Thailand as well, which is one of the innovative country, because I also live in this country for 2 years. Very interesting place to look so many things there. So I think some of the example from Thailand, how India can learn, particularly the supply chain management side, again linked to the agriculture kind of and forestry kind of sector. So that was the I think some example of best practices we discussed there. So overall, I think obviously it was very rich discussion, and then I'm not going to summarize everything I think we discussed, but it was a very rich discussion there. And thanks to our panelists, Mr. Ahuja, I think we did a very fantastic job posing very challenging question to panelists, and everyone were forced to be very specific on their intervention. Thanks so much. Over to you, Debani.
So thank you so much. I think, we've realized that we will never have enough time to keep discussing on these issues. We've run a good half an hour over, and I really thank you for your patience, but it is an important issue. It does require the multi-stakeholder dialogue, and I think it's understood that it's a collaboration, right? But it's time that we redefine what those collaborations are and how do we start looking at these dialogues. So it was very encouraging to hear all of you. It is good to know the practices, and it's a good thing that we know what our challenges are, and we are willing to work together. So I'm quite hopeful. I've learned a lot today, and we will stay in touch. We will continue the discussion. We will, as part of the project, look forward to capturing a lot of these good practices, discussions, challenges. So as Rijit says, CRB is committed to moving from discussion to action. So Rijit and Bimal, I'd like to invite, if both of you have in 10 seconds each, closing remarks for the participants.
Thanks, Devyani. I think I've already written in the chat box my closing comments, so I'll reserve my comments any further. Thanks. Over to Bimal.
Thanks, Rijit, Devyani. Thanks, everyone. I think this has been great, very, very positive discussions. A lot to learn, actually. When moving from discussions to actions, we need to kind of really be reflective and pause a bit before we act, because I guess what we are, where we are, is to some extent because we act a lot and we think less, So we need to really think and learn and understand from each other, because on the table we have different and diverse and varied perspectives. An alignment of those perspectives is very key and critical for all of us to start understanding each other and learn from each other, is all I would say. Thank you so much again. And Buba, Bhim, thank you so much for keep nudging us. I think your nudge has actually given us this kind of approach for us. CRB Aston to work so collaboratively and collegially in such a way that we create these kinds of amazing programs and research. Thank you everyone.
So thank you everyone. Have a lovely evening, lovely day. Look forward to keeping in touch. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, everybody.
Thanks.
Thanks.
Bye-bye.
Thanks, everyone. Bye-bye.
Good night.
Guys, bye.
Bye.
Yes. Hi. Thank you. We were just about finished, and I think Kinjal also ended it on a very nice note. I think we had a last parting thought in our panel that we are a decade late on the action that needs to happen. So, with the group here, we really hope that, we keep the momentum on this conversation. And thank you so much for everyone who stayed with us. We would request just 10 minutes of your time, because we did have Dr. Buba Hosseini and Dr. Bhim Adhikari who had joined 2 sessions. And we would request Buba, who had joined the session on decent work and gender equality, and Bhim, who had joined for sustainable production and consumption, to bring to the group together, what they found as learnings and insights, to close the discussion that we have today. So Buba, perhaps we can start with you.
Thank you very much, Dijani. Good evening, everyone. Good afternoon. Good morning for those of us who are on the west side of the world. No, we were in really a very interesting conversation, and I think we've been cut at the end because people still had a lot of interesting things to say. I definitely learned a lot, and we had really a very rich and diverse panel with academics and business leaders, but also industry association and policymakers. So it was really a very diverse perspective. And so I want them to apologize in advance, because I'm quite sure that I will not make justice to all what I heard. So specifically given that I only have 3-4 minutes to report on that, but I'm sure that given that everything is recorded, people who were not in that session and even those who were there will be able to listen to the full conversation later. But nevertheless, I think the conversation on the SDG 4 and 8 on gender equality and decent work really was around 2 or 3 key issues. One is on inclusivity and how you ensure inclusivity in global value chain. And there we had different point raised or issue. One is the inclusive, the need to promote inclusive leadership and what it means to, because everything also starts with the leadership and what it means to be inclusive leadership. The panelists touch on issue, for example, like fidelity, transparency, and also promoting trust between the different actors, the business leaders, the workers, the union, and so on. And another issue to ensure inclusivity is also how can you, one of the panelists was saying we need to change the way we approach gender equality. Instead of just talking about gender equality from at least the business point of view, is also how can business benefit from the full potential of their workforce. And he was saying that basically this is what they've been doing because they know that by increasing more women and providing better working condition and adopting better business practices is not only good for the women and for the society, but it's also good for their own businesses. So this is something also that was emphasized, and there were also an issue on the working condition and quality of employment. So it's not just about creating more jobs, but it's really also about improving working condition of women, specifically in different working settings, the factories, and those also working in different locations as suppliers to the brand. And I think there was one interesting idea also on the inclusive procurement. They need also to tap into that option, which is a very good one. And this involves different actors, the policymakers in terms of policy and regulation, but also the businesses on business practices, and at the association level also with, for example, industry norms, and how can we create like common standard and so on to make sure that people, suppliers and small businesses at the bottom of the chain benefit from the businesses. So the other thing also that was very much emphasized about how do you measure impact. So it's on impact management and measurement, which is key, because as long as you want to go beyond the standard, way of assessing performance of businesses, and you want to look on issue of inclusion, sustainability, and so on, we all know that you need to have an impact measurement and management framework. There are different framework used in different settings. For example, in the jewelry sector, for example, one of the panelists was saying that there are many businesses who also use the SDGs. Who set up SDGs task force and use the SDG framework really as their impact management. And in other contexts, the BSR gender equality framework also is used. And so all of this is good, but at the same time, what is raised also and came along from this conversation is that how to deal with the multiplicity of those different tools to measure impact and really come with something simple and standard. Of course, we cannot standardize everything, but at the same time, having different things also with different perspectives coming from different sources can create confusion and create inefficiencies and so on. So there was also that call to really standardize things, and I think an example was given from the Responsible Jewelry Council, where there was an emphasis that this is exactly what the council was trying to do, to really develop, common way of doing things, common way of promoting inclusion and sustainabilities. And then I think from all of this also, there were also a kind of call to say there is a need to move from standard auditing or compliance with practices and all of that to something that is more changing really the mindset and the practices, the business model more generally. So for example, how to set up dialogues and collaboration with the different actors, and also build the capacity of women and of marginalized actors in the value chain, and also to train them, share information. So that collaborative spirit to promote really common understanding of issues, common understanding of what needs to happen, but also to build trust, to build transparency. So as I said at the beginning, I think it was too many information and really interesting and insightful. I am sure that CRB and colleagues are preparing a report, and we'll have the recording for the full report. But I think for the sake of time, I will stop here. It was really a very interesting conversation, and to see also how how this is not only an issue of just one part, but it's something that is important for everyone from different, hats. Thank you, Dijani.
Thank you, Buba. I think that was a big task, and you've done a very good job of capturing the different aspects. Thank you so much. Bhim, over to you.
Thanks, Debani. Hi, everyone, and good to be with you all this morning. Early morning, by the way, early Canadian morning. I was quite nice to be, get ready by 5 a.m. So I have the same challenge like Buba. I think the panelists and everyone was so productive there, and I don't know what kind of justice I can do in terms if I try to summarize, what was discussed in this panel. So I have like a five kind of bullet points. I kind of take up message, I managed to kind of distill from that very rich conversation. So first one is about, obviously our group was on the how we go about addressing the food wastage. So the first point about the importance of this topic, I think everyone, almost every panelist, I think they were totally agree that this is a very, very important topic, particularly in India and other developing countries as well. So the importance of the topic was kind of captured in the three different dimensions. One is the local level, how much money we're losing actually, by wasting this food. So there's a huge loss, $1 million going every year. So there was a more like a micro level kind of issue. And we also have this more like a bigger national and global kind of angle as well, how you go about in addressing SDG, particularly SDG 12.3, which is related to the food waste and that area. So I think in order to deliver that particular agenda, I think this topic is very important as well. And the second was on the more socioeconomic and environmental and climate implication of the food wastage as well, particularly the climate change angle and the circular economy, how you go about, kind of practicing the, more circularity. So it's not only, I think, addressing this particular food wastage, but at the same time, I think addressing our carbon footprint, climate change issues, climate mitigation, and also a lot of economic kind of benefit as well in terms of local jobs, decisions of those kind of things. So I think these are three major kind of elements, I think, in terms of importance, I think the panelists highlighted. And second was on the more on the research and capacity side, because again and again, what I hear that, we need more data. Right now, I think we don't know what scale we're talking about. And without knowing that scale, it will be very hard to target the very targeted policy intervention around it. So I think the issue of data and how you go about that. So that was one, I think, very important conversation we had in that group. And something like a last group also, tools, standard and certification was very important. I think this is the emerging area. I think a lot of things happening, but at the same time, we need more because some of the things are very context specific as well. So how we can go about tracking the progress, how that tools looks like. So that was, I think, the other dimension of our discussion. And the one particular point I like this hot spot kind of idea. Where are the areas I think the food wastage are happening the most? So it's almost like, I work on the climate change kind of side. So we are also trying to, identify, what are the climate hotspots, where we can really target in order to maximize optimize our intervention there. So that particular idea, I really like it. So where I think the area, I think the particular spots, the food are wasted. So if we can have, I think, that kind of idea, and we can really come up with the very specific kind of intervention there. And finally, was on the awareness and advocacy and the activism as well. I think that's obviously very important for everything, not only, I think, this particular topic. So that's something I think the research and capacity side can handle as well. And the third, I think, discussion was around the best practices, because we have a very esteemed panelist. I think they tried to bring, a very good example, how you go about, bringing those best practices and how we can really scale them up, so that I think we can get impact at scale. So the first point was around the idea around the public procurement. I think Abuba already highlighted that as well. How you go about greening the public kind of procurement process. So right now, if you look at the data and global data, I think almost like a 13 to 20% of the GDP, is basically related to I'm talking about the global GDP related to the public procurement. So we have enough room there, a lot of room there for us actually to really minimize our carbon footprint and how we go about greening the whole procurement process. So that's the one. And the second one also, obviously the branding and the quality standard, I think, came out very strongly in our discussion as well. and how you go about, kind of incentivizing the private sector, also kind of, uh, making the consumer awareness around the, which are the best product. So that was the kind of other point around our discussion. And yeah, and there are a couple of example, a particular example about the company doing in terms of right kind of fertilizer, seed, right kind of seed, to minimize that kind of the waste, it depend point of the supply chain system. And one also other example I like, during this pandemic, one more innovative kind of idea, how the company are delivering the food at home. So that kind of also, addressing, some of those food wastage kind of problem there as well. So I think there's a lot of discussion around the innovation as well, how you innovate actually. Yeah, in addition to, some of those business as usual kind of thing, I think we need to be more innovative as well. And my fourth point around, there was a discussion around the multinational company, the way I think they operate in the more advanced economies, and whether or not they are also kind of following the same procedure or the same, rules of the game when they are operating in the low income countries as well. So I think the discussion there, okay, I think they are moving to that direction, obviously, but there is still need more to be done. And also it's not only CSR, the very traditional corporate social responsibility kind of idea, but I think there's a strong business case for them actually to react, very actively. It's not only philanthropy or charity kind of concept anymore, because many climate change agenda it sits top at the CEO level now. So that's kind of emerging trend. That's something I think we heard, but at the same time, I think in the context of low, income countries where they are operating, I think there is still room for us to improve. And the final one was around the approach, like a kind of policy or how you go about that. So there is a lot of emphasis on the collaboration and partnership because there are many actors involved. So how you go about bringing all these stakeholders together, to tackle this very big kind of global problem. So from the from the more like advanced economic kind of side, the food wastage will happen at the consumption kind of stage. But I think for the low income countries, basically, different stages of the supply chain. So how you go about that? And there was an example of India, like street vendors, more like 90%. I think the vegetable fruits are sold in the street, not in the supermarket. So they are very important stakeholder for us. So how you go about really, bringing them on board, and how can address, some of those particular problem. I think they are pressing. And there are also country example of Thailand as well, which is one of the innovative country, because I also lived in this country for 2 years. Very interesting place to look so many things there. So I think some of the example from Thailand, how India can learn, particularly the supply chain management side, again linked to the agriculture kind of and forestry kind of sector. So that was the I think some example of best practices we discussed there. So overall, I think obviously there was very rich discussion, and then I'm not going to summarize everything I think we discussed, but it was a very rich discussion there. And thanks to our panelist, Mr. Ahuja, I think we did a very fantastic job posing very challenging question to panelists, and everyone were forced to be very specific on their intervention. Thanks so much. Over to you, Debani.
Oh, thank you so much. I think, we've realized that we will never have enough time to keep discussing on these issues. We've run a good half an hour over, and I really thank you for your patience, but it is an important issue. It does require the multi-stakeholder dialogue. And I think it's understood that it's a collaboration, right? But it's time that we redefine what those collaborations are and how do we start looking at these dialogues. So it was very encouraging to hear all of you. It is good to know the practices, and it's a good thing that we know what our challenges are and we are willing to work together. So I'm quite hopeful. I've learned a lot today, and we will stay in touch. We will continue the discussion. We will, as part of the project, look forward to capturing a lot of these good practices, discussions, challenges. So as Rijit says, CRB is committed to moving from discussion to action. So Rijit and Bimal, I'd like to invite if both of you have in 10 seconds each closing remarks for the participants.
Thanks, Devyani. I think I've already written in the chat box my closing comments, so I'll reserve my comments any further. Thanks. Over to Bimal.
Thanks, Rajit, Devyani. Thanks, everyone. I think this has been great, very, very positive discussions. A lot to learn, actually. When from moving from discussions to actions, we need to kind of really be reflective and pause a bit before we act, because I guess what we are, where we are, is to some extent because we act a lot and we think less, So we need to really think and learn and understand from each other, because on the table we have different and diverse and varied perspectives. And alignment of those perspectives is very key and critical for all of us to start understanding each other and learn from each other, is all I would say. Thank you so much again. And Buba Bhim, thank you so much for keep nudging us. I think your nudge has actually given us this kind of approach for us. CRB asked them to work so collaboratively and collegially in such a way that we create these kinds of amazing programs and research. Thank you everyone.
So thank you everyone. Have a lovely evening, lovely day. Look forward to keeping in touch. Thank you.
Thank you, Devyani. Thanks. Thanks, everyone. Bye-bye.
Good night.